Hello everyone and welcome. This is Ben 10 What If speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Ben 10 had all for one quirk and fell for Nejire? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, Worlds Apart. The rust bucket wasn't supposed to explode. Ben Tennyson had faced world-ending threats, interdimensional invaders, and his fair share of apocalypses, but somehow, the sight of his grandfather's beloved RV engulfed in a swirling vortex of energy still managed to surprise him. The pulsating purple-green glow emanating from its center wasn't any alien tech he recognized, and he'd seen plenty. "Grandpa Max!" Ben shouted, lunging toward the spiraling anomaly consuming the vehicle. His fingers instinctively found the Omnitrix on his wrist, the familiar way to comfort as chaos unfolded. "Hold on." The dial spun beneath his touch, alien silhouettes flashing by. Humongousaur would have the strength to pull the rust bucket back, or maybe XLR-8 could, he never got to choose. The vortex expanded with a thunderous crack, tendrils of energy lashing out like hungry serpents. One wrapped around Ben's arm, right where the Omnitrix sat, and searing pain shot through his entire body. "Ben!" Gwen's voice seemed impossibly distant as the world around him dissolved into fractured light. The Omnitrix sparked wildly, its familiar green glow now interspersed with flashes of deep crimson and black. The pain intensified, like something was being poured into him, or extracted, through the device. His very DNA felt like it was being rewritten. Then, nothing. Consciousness returned slowly, like swimming up from the depths of an impossibly deep pool. Ben's eyes flickered open to a cloudless sky that seemed wrong somehow. The blue was too vivid, the sun's position unfamiliar. "Unidentified energy signature contained," the Omnitrix announced in a voice that sounded oddly distorted. "Genetic anomaly integration complete." Ben sat up with a groan, finding himself in what appeared to be a crater in the middle of a city park. The Omnitrix glowed with its usual green light, but something about it felt different, heavier somehow, as if it contained more than it should. "What the heck just happened?" he muttered, staggering to his feet. His head throbbed with each heartbeat. "Grandpa? Gwen?" No answer came from the eerily quiet park. In the distance, the skyline of an unfamiliar city rose against the horizon, a metropolis of gleaming spires and architectural styles Ben had never seen before. Something about it felt off. His first instinct was to call plumber headquarters, but his badge wasn't responding. The Omnitrix, at least, seemed functional, although the holographic display flickered oddly when he activated it, showing not only his usual alien roster but strange, shadowy silhouettes he didn't recognize. "Omnitrix, status report," he commanded. "System recalibrating. Unknown energy signature integrated. Genetic catalog expanded." Expanded? What does that? A scream cut through his thoughts. Instinctively, Ben sprinted toward the sound, his body moving before his mind could fully process what he was doing. Years of hero work had conditioned him to respond to danger without hesitation. What he found at the edge of the park defied even his expansive definition of weird. A woman with the head of a serpent was cornering a group of terrified civilians against a storefront. Her arms had transformed into what looked like massive pythons, constricting around a struggling teenager. "Just hand over your wallets, and maybe I won't squeeze the life out of your precious child," the snake woman hissed, her forked tongue flickering between pointed fangs. Ben didn't hesitate. The Omnitrix dial spun beneath his fingers, and he slammed down on the first alien that felt right. The familiar rush of transformation enveloped him, but something was different. Along with the usual sensation of his DNA being rewritten came a secondary pulse, like a heartbeat not his own. Power surged through him in ways he'd never experienced, even as his body morphed into the crystalline form of Diamond Head. "Hey, scale face!" Ben called out, his voice carrying the gravelly resonance of his Petrosapien form. "Why don't you pick on someone who can actually fight back?" The snake woman's head whipped around, her yellow eyes narrowing to slits. Another hero? This city is crawling with you pests. Not just any hero, Ben replied, stepping forward. The strange secondary power continued to pulse through him, enhancing his transformation in ways he couldn't fully comprehend. The crystals forming his body seemed sharper, more refined, glowing with internal energy that Diamond Head had never possessed before. And definitely not from around here. The villain hissed in irritation, dropping her hostage to focus fully on Ben. Doesn't matter what flashy quirk you have, amateur. I'll crush you all the same. She lunged, snake arms extending with frightening speed. Ben raised his arm, intending to form his typical crystal shield, but what happened instead left him momentarily stunned. Rather than the usual crystalline barrier, tendrils of dark energy mixed with diamond shards erupted from his palm, snaring the snake arms in midair. The energy felt familiar yet alien, responding to his will but with a hunger he'd never experienced in any of his transformations. The snake woman's eyes widened in shock. That power. It can't be. Ben didn't wait for her to finish. With an instinctive pull, he felt something transfer from her to him through the tendrils, knowledge, power, something fundamental. The snake woman screamed as her arms reverted to human form, the scales receding into normal skin. What did you do to me? She shrieked, staggering backward. My quirk. Give it back. Ben stared at his hands in confusion as the dark energy receded. Had he taken her abilities somehow? That wasn't something Diamond Head, or any of his aliens, could do. Before he could process what had happened, sirens wailed in the distance. The now powerless villain scrambled to her feet and fled, leaving Ben alone with the bewildered civilians. Thank you, the mother of the teenager said, helping her shaken child stand. But, who are you? I don't recognize you from the hero rankings. Hero rankings? Ben repeated, still distracted by the residual energy coursing through his transformed body. With a flash of green light, he reverted to human form, the strange power subsiding but not disappearing completely. It lingered in his core, a new presence alongside the familiar weight of the Omnitrix. The civilians gasped at his detransformation. A transformation quirk. But how did you cancel her reptile quirk? One man asked, keeping a cautious distance. Quirk. Ben echoed, growing more confused by the second. Look, I think there's been some kind of mistake. I'm Ben Tennyson. I need to contact the plumbers or, the plumbers. The woman looked even more confused. You're a hero who works with plumbers. The wailing sirens grew closer, and Ben realized he was standing in a small crater of his own making, surrounded by confused civilians in a city he didn't recognize, with authorities approaching. This wasn't how he typically liked to make first impressions. I should go, he said quickly. If anyone official asks, just tell them, Diamond Force helped you out. Diamond Force? Even by his standards, that was a terrible alias. But before anyone could question him further, Ben activated the Omnitrix again, transforming into XLR-8 and disappearing in a blur of motion. Finding somewhere quiet to think proved challenging in a metropolis that seemed to bustle with activity everywhere. Ben eventually settled on the roof of a tall building, reverting to human form and sitting with his legs dangling over the edge. The city sprawled beneath him, fundamentally similar to Earth cities he knew, yet subtly different. The architecture, the vehicles, even the way people dressed, it all carried a vague sense of otherness that confirmed what he already suspected: this wasn't his world. All right, Omnitrix, he said, examining the device on his wrist. What's going on? Where are we, and what was that power I used? The Omnitrix's faceplate glowed softly. Interdimensional transit completed. Current location, alternate Earth designation unknown. Device has absorbed and integrated unique energy signature designated Quirk Factor Alpha. Enhancement allows for acquisition and utilization of native meta abilities classified as quirks. So I can take people's powers. Ben frowned, the ethical implications immediately troubling him. That doesn't sound very heroic. Acquisition is temporary or permanent depending on user intent, the Omnitrix clarified. Genetic template of acquired abilities stored within modified codon stream matrix. Ben ran a hand through his hair, trying to process this information. Great. I'm stuck in some parallel Earth where people have powers called quirks, and now I can steal them. Grandpa Max would have a field day with this one. A pang of worry hit him. The last he'd seen, his grandfather and cousin had been caught in the same anomaly that brought him here. Were they in this world too? Or somewhere else entirely? His rumination was interrupted by a commotion several blocks away, smoke rising from what looked like a shopping district. Even in an unfamiliar world, some things remained constant. Where there was smoke, there was usually someone who needed help. Hero time, Ben muttered, his customary phrase feeling both comforting and strange in this new reality. He activated the Omnitrix, selecting the silhouette of Jetray, and launched himself toward the disturbance. The aerial view confirmed his suspicions, some kind of attack was underway. What surprised him, however, was the response. Unlike his world, where civilians typically fled and waited for heroes like himself to handle things, this world's response was more organized. People in colorful costumes, clearly this world's heroes, had established a perimeter. Some were evacuating civilians with incredible efficiency, using what must be their quirks to move debris or transport people to safety. Others were engaged with what appeared to be the cause of the disturbance, a man whose body seemed composed entirely of living concrete, hurling chunks of himself at storefronts. Ben circled once, assessing the situation. These heroes seemed to have things under control, and he had no jurisdiction here, no idea how this world's hero system worked. Interfering might cause more problems than it solved. But as he watched, the concrete villain suddenly expanded, his mass growing exponentially as he absorbed materials from the surrounding buildings. The heroes on the scene were caught off guard by the sudden power increase, several of them being buried under avalanches of rubble. That decided it. Unknown world or not, Ben couldn't just watch. He dove toward the scene, the Omnitrix timing out mid-flight. As green light enveloped him, Ben had only a moment to panic before he felt the strange secondary power, this quirk factor, surge through him. Instinctively, he reached for the Snake Woman's ability he'd absorbed earlier. His arms transformed, scales erupting along his skin as they elongated into serpentine appendages. The change halted his fall, his newly acquired snake arms wrapping around a lamppost to swing him safely to the ground. What the? Ben stared at his transformed limbs in shock. He hadn't used the Omnitrix, yet he'd still changed. The power he'd taken from the villain was now somehow his to use. No time to dwell on the implications. The concrete villain had noticed his arrival, turning away from a struggling hero he'd been about to crush. Another one, the villain rumbled, his voice like grinding stones. Don't recognize you, kid. New license? Something like that, Ben replied, retracting his snake arms back to human form with a thought. The sensation was bizarre, similar to controlling his alien transformations, yet distinctly different. How about you stop demolishing the shopping district and surrender quietly? The concrete man laughed, the sound reminiscent of a rock slide. Bold words from a nobody. Let's see what you've got. A massive concrete fist hurtled toward Ben, who barely managed to dodge. The Omnitrix was still recharging, he could feel it cycling through its reset phase, which meant he'd have to rely on this new quirk power for now. Snake arms weren't ideal against a concrete opponent, but they did provide enhanced mobility. Ben extended them again, using them to propel himself around the villain's attacks with an agility that surprised even him. Stand still, the villain roared, growing more frustrated with each missed strike. Not really my style, Ben quipped, landing on a piece of fallen debris. But I am curious about something, how exactly does your power work? As he spoke, Ben felt the dark energy from earlier stirring within him, responding to his curiosity about the villain's abilities. It wasn't just a desire to know, it was a hunger to acquire. The ethical implications gave him pause. Taking the snake woman's power had been instinctive, a reaction to danger. But deliberately stealing someone's abilities, even a villain's, was that crossing a line? His hesitation cost him. A concrete pillar erupted from the ground beneath his feet, catching him mid-thought and sending him flying. Ben crashed through the already broken window of a department store, landing hard among mannequins and clothing racks. Okay, he groaned, picking himself up. Ethical debate later. Stop the bad guy now. The Omnitrix's faceplate blinked, signaling it was ready again. Ben activated it, but instead of selecting an alien, he paused, an idea forming. If this new power worked alongside his transformations. He selected Heat Blast and slammed down the dial. The familiar rush of transformation came with that same secondary pulse, the quirk factor integrating with his pyronite DNA. As the change completed, Ben felt the heightened connection to fire that Heat Blast always provided, but now with an additional layer of control, as if the quirk power was enhancing his alien abilities. Let's fight concrete with fire, he said, flames swirling around his body with greater intensity than he'd ever managed before. The concrete villain had followed him into the store, smashing through what remained of the wall. He faltered momentarily at the sight of Ben's transformed state. What kind of transformation quirk is that? He demanded. You look like a walking inferno. Something like that, Ben replied, launching a concentrated blast of flame. The fire struck with pinpoint accuracy, heating the villain's concrete body to glowing red temperatures. The villain howled in pain, parts of his exterior cracking as the rapid heating caused his concrete form to expand unevenly. Stop. You'll shatter me. That's the idea, Ben pressed forward, hands blazing. Unless you want to surrender. The concrete villain stumbled backward, his movements becoming sluggish as his superheated body began to lose cohesion. Fine. I give up. Just stop melting me. Ben decreased the intensity of his flames but maintained a threatening glow. Smart choice. As the villain slumped to his knees, the strange hunger rose in Ben again, the desire to reach out with that dark energy and take the concrete power for himself. It would be useful, practical even. But was it right? Before he could resolve his internal debate, a new voice interrupted his thoughts. That was amazing. Ben turned to find himself face to face with a young woman hovering a few feet off the ground. Her long, periwinkle blue hair flowed around her like it was underwater, framing an open, curious face with wide eyes that sparkled with unbridled enthusiasm. She wore what appeared to be some kind of uniform, likely for the heroes of this world. I've never seen a transformation quirk like that before, she continued, flying circles around him with boundless energy. And those flames, so controlled. Are you a new pro? From overseas maybe? What agency are you with? Can you only transform into fire people, or do you have other forms? Oh. I'm Nejire Hado, by the way. Third year at UA High School, hero name Nejire-chan. The rapid-fire questions combined with her circling motion left Ben momentarily dizzy. With a flash of green light, he reverted to human form, the Omnitrix timing out naturally this time. The blue-haired girl, Nejire, gasped in delight. You changed back. And you look completely normal. Most transformation-type quirks leave some residual features. Is that a support item on your wrist? Does it help you transform? What's your name? Are you registered with the Hero Public Safety Commission? I'm Ben. Ben Tennyson, he answered, finding her enthusiasm oddly infectious despite his disorientation. And I'm not from around here. I knew it. Nejire clapped her hands together. Foreign hero. Which country? America? Europe? Oh. Are you here for the International Hero Exchange Program? Before Ben could answer, more costumed individuals approached, apparently the heroes who had been handling the situation before he intervened. Their expressions ranged from grateful to suspicious. Nice work with Concrete Crusher, said a tall man with wooden features. But I don't recognize you. Identification, please. Ben hesitated, realizing he had no credentials that would mean anything in this world. About that. Nejire swooped between them, her hair swirling dramatically. He's Ben Tennyson. He has an amazing transformation quirk. And he's... She paused, turning back to Ben with expectant eyes. Ben made a split-second decision. I'm exchange student. Just arrived. It wasn't entirely a lie, he had just arrived, albeit from another dimension rather than another country. The wooden hero looked skeptical. Exchange student. At UA? Nejire's face lit up like a sunrise. At UA? Really? What year? What department? Why didn't Principal Nizu tell us? It's complicated, Ben hedged, mind racing. There was a mix-up with my paperwork. I was supposed to check in today, but then I saw the attack and... The wooden hero's expression softened slightly. Well, unauthorized quirk use aside, you did help contain a dangerous villain. I'll escort you to UA myself to sort this out. Ben suppressed a wince. His hasty cover story was already falling apart, but maybe he could use this opportunity. If this UA was a school for people with powers, it might have resources to help him understand this world, and possibly find a way home. That would be great, thanks, he said with as much confidence as he could muster. Nejire literally bounced in the air with excitement. I'll come too. I can show you around. What's your quirk called? The fire transformation looked like something from a movie. As they walked away from the scene, Nejire floating rather than walking, never ceasing her barrage of questions, Ben caught a glimpse of the subdued concrete villain being loaded into a specialized transport vehicle. The dark energy within him stirred again, hungering for that power. He pushed the feeling down. Whatever this new ability was, he needed to understand it better before using it again. Taking powers from others felt wrong, somehow. Uncomfortably close to something a villain would do. And the dorms are amazing. Nejire was saying, apparently midway through a detailed description of the school. Which country are you from again? Your Japanese is perfect. Ben blinked, only now realizing that everyone had been speaking English, or at least, he'd been understanding them as if they were. Another effect of his interdimensional transit, perhaps. The Omnitrix had translation capabilities, but they'd never been quite this seamless. It's complicated, he repeated, a phrase he suspected he'd be using frequently in this new world. Actually, I'm hoping someone at your school can help me figure some things out. Oh, definitely. Nejire beamed, performing an aerial somersault that sent her hair spiraling like a blue whirlpool. UA has the best teachers in Japan. Recovery Girl can heal almost anything, and Principal Nizu is literally the smartest living being in the country. If anyone can help with your complications, it's them. Her boundless optimism was strangely reassuring. In a world where everything felt foreign, Nejire's straightforward enthusiasm provided an anchor of sorts, even if that anchor seemed to bounce around with the energy of a perpetual motion machine. Thanks, Ben said, finding himself smiling despite the gravity of his situation. I appreciate the help. No problem. Nejire floated closer, studying his face with unabashed curiosity. Your eyes are really green, like, exactly the same color as your transformation light. Is that related to your quirk? Some transformation types have physical markers. Something like that, Ben answered, his hand instinctively moving to cover the Omnitrix. The last thing he needed was for someone to recognize it as alien tech, if such a concept even existed in this world. The wooden hero, who had introduced himself as Kamui Woods, led them through the city streets toward what he called the UA campus. Ben tried to memorize the route, noting landmarks and street names in case he needed to find his way around independently later. So this snake arms thing you did before transforming, Nejire continued, apparently having witnessed more of his fight than he'd realized. Is that part of your quirk too? Multiple transformations? The question hit uncomfortably close to his new ability, the one he wasn't sure he wanted to discuss. It's new, Ben admitted, which was true enough. I'm still figuring it out. Ooh, quirk evolution. Nejire's eyes widened. That's rare but not unheard of. Especially in high-stress situations. Was your fight with Concrete Crusher the first time you manifested that aspect? Not exactly, Ben said, thinking back to the snake woman in the park. But it's definitely recent. Their conversation was interrupted as they rounded a corner and Ben got his first look at UA High School. The campus was massive, more like a small city than a school, with futuristic buildings surrounded by a towering wall. A giant UA adorned the main gate, which stood open with security personnel monitoring all who entered. Welcome to UA. Nejire announced proudly. The top hero school in Japan, and probably the world. Ben had seen alien civilizations, alternate dimensions, and futures both utopian and apocalyptic. Yet somehow, the sight of this school, this bastion of superheroism made institutional, struck him as profoundly different from his world. Where he came from, heroes like himself operated largely independently or through organizations like the Plumbers. Here, heroism seemed formalized, regulated, taught in schools and licensed by government agencies. It was both fascinating and slightly unnerving. Principal Nizu's office is this way, Kamui Woods stated, leading them through the gate after a brief exchange with security. He'll want to hear about this exchange program, personally. The emphasis on exchange program made it clear the pro-hero didn't fully buy Ben's story, but was willing to defer judgment to the school's administration. As they crossed the campus, students in uniforms similar to Nejire's stopped to stare and whisper. Ben was used to attention, being a famous hero back home came with its share of recognition, but the scrutiny here felt different. These weren't fans, they were aspiring heroes evaluating a potential peer. Don't mind them, Nejire said, noticing his discomfort. UA students are naturally curious about any newcomers. Especially ones who can turn into living fire. Great, Ben muttered. So much for keeping a low profile while figuring out how to get home. The principal's office was located in the main building, up several flights of stairs and down a corridor lined with portraits of what Ben assumed were famous graduates. Kamui Woods knocked on an imposing door bearing a simple nameplate, Principal Nizu. Enter, called a high-pitched voice from within. Ben wasn't sure what he expected from the principal of this hero school, but it certainly wasn't what he found inside. Seated behind a large desk was a small, white, animal-like creature with a scar over one eye. He wore a formal suit and was sipping tea with impeccable manners. Ah, Kamui Woods, the creature said pleasantly. And Nejire Hado. What brings you to my office with? His beady eyes fixed on Ben with unsettling intelligence, our visitor. Principal Nizu, Kamui began formally, this young man intervened during the Concrete Crusher incident downtown. He claims to be an exchange student meant to enroll at UA, but there seems to be some confusion about his paperwork. Nizu's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted subtly. Is that so? How interesting. He set down his teacup with deliberate precision. Perhaps you could give us some privacy to discuss this matter. Nejire, you may return to your classes as well. But Principal, Nejire protested, her hair swirling with her emotions, Ben has the most amazing transformation quirk. He turned into a living fire being and defeated Concrete Crusher when the pros were struggling. And he can do something with snake arms too. I want to learn more about, Nejire, Nizu interrupted gently but firmly, I'm sure you'll have ample opportunity to satisfy your curiosity later. For now, I need to address this administrative oversight. The blue-haired girl looked disappointed but nodded. Yes, sir. She turned to Ben with a bright smile. I'll find you later, okay? You have to tell me more about your quirk. After she and Kamui Woods departed, closing the door behind them, Nizu's gaze returned to Ben with laser focus. Now then, the principal said, gesturing to the chair across from his desk. Why don't you tell me who you really are, and how you came to possess such a unique set of abilities that even Nejire Hado, who has seen the quirks of Japan's top heroes, finds them remarkable? Ben hesitated, weighing his options. In his experience, the truth, or at least a version of it, usually worked better than elaborate lies. And something told him this creature was far too intelligent to fool with half-truths. My name really is Ben Tennyson, he began, taking the offered seat. But I'm not an exchange student. I'm not even from this dimension, I think. Nizu's expression remained neutral, but his eyes gleamed with interest. Continue. Where I come from, people don't have these quirks. At least, not naturally. Ben held up his wrist, displaying the Omnitrix. This device, the Omnitrix, allows me to transform into different alien species. I was caught in some kind of dimensional anomaly while trying to save my grandfather, and when I woke up, I was here. Aliens, Nizu repeated thoughtfully, as if testing the word. And this device contains their DNA, allowing you to assume their forms temporarily? Exactly, Ben confirmed, surprised by how quickly the principal grasped the concept. But something happened during the transit between dimensions. The Omnitrix absorbed some kind of energy it calls quirk factor alpha, and now I can take other people's quirks. I didn't mean to, but when I fought this snake woman villain earlier today, I accidentally absorbed her power. Nizu set his teacup down with a sharp clink, his calm demeanor cracking for the first time. You can take quirks. Permanently. The Omnitrix says it can be temporary or permanent depending on my intent, Ben explained uncomfortably. But I don't fully understand it yet. It feels wrong, somehow. Like something a villain would do. Indeed, Nizu murmured, his composure returning. That particular ability bears a striking resemblance to one of the most dangerous quirks in our world's history, possessed by a villain known as All for One. All for One. Ben repeated, the name sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. What does that mean? It refers to his quirk, the ability to take quirks from others and either keep them for himself or bestow them upon others. It made him the most formidable villain Japan has ever known. Nizu studied Ben intently. If what you say is true, your device has somehow replicated or absorbed a version of this power. The implications settled heavily on Ben's shoulders. Not only was he stranded in a parallel dimension, but he'd somehow acquired the signature ability of this world's greatest villain. I didn't ask for this power, he said firmly. And I don't plan to use it to hurt anyone. I just want to find my family and get home. Nizu nodded slowly. I believe you, young man. Your actions today speak to your character. You chose to help others despite your disorientation in a new world. That's the mark of a true hero, regardless of dimension. Relief washed over Ben. At least someone believed him. However, Nizu continued, your situation presents both an opportunity and a significant risk. If others discover your ability to take quirks, you might find yourself targeted by dangerous elements, including those still loyal to All for One's legacy. And your dimensional predicament requires resources and research to resolve. So what do I do? Ben asked, feeling the weight of his isolation in this strange world. For now, I propose we maintain your cover as an exchange student, Nizu said, moving to a computer on his desk and typing rapidly. UA can provide you with accommodation, resources, and protection while we investigate your dimensional displacement. In return, I ask that you exercise extreme caution with both your Omnitrix and this new quirk-absorbing ability. Deal, Ben agreed readily. But what about my family? My grandfather and cousin might have been pulled here too. We'll alert the appropriate heroes and agencies to watch for others with unusual abilities or circumstances similar to yours, Nizu assured him. Japan's hero network is extensive. The principal continued typing, then printed several documents which he pushed across the desk. Your new identity, paperwork showing you as an American exchange student with a powerful transformation quirk. I've enrolled you as a special auditing student, which will give you access to facilities while allowing flexibility as we search for your way home. Ben examined the documents, impressed by how quickly the principal had fabricated them. Thanks. But what about the teachers and other students? Won't they be suspicious? Leave the staff to me, Nejire said with a small smile that somehow conveyed both warmth and cunning. As for students, teenagers are remarkably accepting of unusual circumstances when presented confidently. Your encounter with Nejire Hado has already established your credentials as a powerful Quirk user. Speaking of Nejire, Ben found himself thinking of the energetic blue-haired girl. Her open curiosity and enthusiasm had been a bright spot in this overwhelming day. She asks a lot of questions. What should I tell her? The official story should suffice for most inquiries, Nejire advised. Though I suspect Miss Hado's curiosity won't be easily satisfied. Use your judgment, she is one of our most promising third-year students, and her heart is unquestionably heroic. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Ah, perfect timing, Nejire said. Enter. The door opened to reveal a gaunt, hollow-cheeked man with unruly blonde hair and sunken eyes that nonetheless burned with intensity. Despite his almost skeletal appearance, he carried himself with quiet authority. You wanted to see me, Principal, the man asked, his gaze immediately assessing Ben with professional scrutiny. Yes, Toshinori. Meet Ben Tennyson, our new exchange student with a rather unique transformation quirk. Ben, this is Toshinori Yagi, a teacher here at UA and someone who might be particularly insightful regarding your situation. The thin man looked confused for a moment before understanding seemed to dawn in his eyes. He gave Ben a more thorough once-over. I see. Principal Nejire has briefed you on certain, sensitive matters. If you're referring to my device absorbing something called All for One, then yes, Ben confirmed cautiously. Toshinori's posture stiffened visibly. I see, he repeated, his voice lower. Then we have much to discuss, young man. Toshinori has unique experience with matters relating to All for One, Nejire explained. He'll be an invaluable resource as you navigate our world. I've arranged for him to show you to the dormitories where you'll be staying. Ben stood, gathering the documents Nejire had provided. Thank you for believing me. And for the help. Our world values heroes, Mr. Tennyson, Nejire said simply. And from what I've observed today, you certainly qualify, dimensional anomalies notwithstanding. As Ben followed Toshinori from the office, he felt the weight of the Omnitrix on his wrist more acutely than ever before. In a world of quirks and professional heroes, his alien device, and its newly acquired ability, represented both his greatest asset and a potentially dangerous liability. So, Ben said as they walked down the corridor, what exactly is your experience with All for One? Toshinori glanced around to ensure they were alone before responding. Let's just say. I'm the reason he's currently incarcerated in the most secure prison facility ever constructed. Ben whistled low. That's impressive. Not as impressive as a device that can transform you into alien species, Toshinori countered with a hint of dry humor. Our worlds are both strange in their own ways, it seems. As they crossed the campus toward the dormitories, Ben spotted a familiar blue-haired figure hovering near a water fountain, apparently waiting. Nejire brightened immediately upon seeing them, waving energetically. Ben! Mr. Yagi, she called, flying over with boundless enthusiasm. Principal Nejire told me you're officially enrolled as an exchange student. That's amazing. Which dorm are they putting you in? Have you met any of the other students yet? What was your hero school like in America? Toshinori sighed, but Ben detected a fondness in his exasperation. Miss Hado, perhaps you could allow our new student to settle in before bombarding him with questions? Oh. Right. Sorry. Nejire apologized without actually slowing her speech. It's just so exciting. A foreign student with an amazing quirk. The sports festival is coming up too, will you be participating? I bet you do really well with that fire transformation. I'm not sure yet, Ben answered honestly. I'm still getting my bearings. Well, I can help with that, Nejire declared. I know everything about UA and hero work in Japan. She turned to Toshinori. Mr. Yagi, can I please show Ben around? Pretty please. I promise not to overwhelm him too much. The gaunt teacher looked like he wanted to refuse but relented with a small smile. I suppose a student guide would be appropriate. The dormitory assignments can wait a little longer. He handed Ben a small envelope. Your room key and information. Miss Hado can show you there after your tour. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. Nejire beamed, already gently pulling Ben by the sleeve. Come on, Ben. There's so much to see. As Toshinori walked away, Ben found himself swept along in Nejire's wake, her energy both disorienting and oddly comforting. At least some things seemed universal across dimensions, like enthusiastic teenagers with too many questions. So your quirk, Nejire began as soon as they were alone, how many forms can you transform into? Is the fire one your favorite? Do they all have those green eyes? How long can you maintain a transformation? Do you have an ultimate move yet? Slow down, Ben laughed despite himself. One question at a time. Sorry. Nejire said, not sounding sorry at all. I just find quirks fascinating, and yours is one of the coolest I've ever seen. Most transformation types have limitations or drawbacks, but you seemed completely comfortable as a fire being. Ben considered how much to reveal. Nizu had advised sticking to the cover story, but something about Nejire's genuine curiosity made him want to be more honest, within reason. I have several transformations, he explained, deciding on a middle ground. The fire one is called Heat Blast. I also have forms with super speed, strength, flight, different abilities for different situations. That's incredible. Nejire gasped, her eyes wide. Most quirks have just one function or theme. A multi-transformation quirk with completely different powers is practically unheard of. No wonder you qualified for an international exchange. As they walked through the campus, Nejire pointed out various facilities, training grounds, laboratories, classrooms designed for different types of quirks. The scale and specialization impressed Ben. This school was clearly designed from the ground up for superhuman education. And over there is Training Ground Beta, where we practice urban rescue scenarios, Nejire explained, pointing to what looked like a miniature city. Oh. And that building with the dome is the USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It has different disaster zones for rescue training. It's impressive, Ben admitted. We don't have anything like this where I'm from. Really? How do hero schools train students in America then? Nejire tilted her head curiously, hair floating around her face like a halo. It's more individualized, Ben hedged, trying to stay vague without outright lying. Less institutional. Fascinating. The American hero system must be so different. Nejire swooped closer, her face suddenly inches from his. Your eyes really are the exact same green as your transformation light. That's so cool. Ben felt his cheeks warm slightly at her proximity. He'd met plenty of enthusiastic fans and fellow heroes before, but Nejire's unfiltered interest and lack of personal space boundaries caught him off guard. Thanks, he managed, taking a small step back. Your quirk is pretty interesting too. You can fly. Oh. Nejire brightened, as if delighted he'd asked. She rose a few feet off the ground, her hair and uniform rippling with energy. My quirk is wave motion. I can convert my vitality into energy waves that I can fire as blasts or use to levitate. Watch. She extended her hand, and golden energy spiraled from her fingertips, forming beautiful wave patterns in the air that dissipated like fireworks. That's actually really cool, Ben said genuinely. The control and beauty of her quirk was impressive. Thank you. Nejire beamed. I've worked really hard on fine control. When I was younger, I'd get too excited and blast everything around me by accident. My parents had to replace our furniture a lot. The casual mention of childhood quirk development reminded Ben how different this world was. Here, powers were something people grew up with, learned to control from childhood, rather than acquired through extraordinary circumstances. Their tour continued, with Nejire showing him athletic facilities, common areas, and finally the dormitory buildings. Throughout it all, her energy never flagged, her questions and explanations flowing in a seemingly endless stream. Despite the overwhelming nature of it all, Ben found her enthusiasm infectious. In a strange way, her straightforward curiosity made this alien world feel more approachable. "And this is Heights Alliance," she announced, gesturing to a modern dormitory building. "Each class has their own building. Since you're a special auditing student, you get a room in the International Exchange Wing. It's smaller but nicer because they usually only have a few students there." Ben checked the envelope Toshinori had given him. "Room 304. Perfect. That's on the 3rd floor with a great view of the campus." Nejire led him into the building, waving to students they passed in the common area. Many looked at Ben with undisguised curiosity, but Nejire's presence seemed to legitimize his own, and no one questioned them directly. The international wing was quieter, with only a few occupied rooms. Ben's assigned space was simple but comfortable: a bed, desk, private bathroom, and small kitchenette, with large windows overlooking the training grounds. "Not bad," he commented, setting down the backpack Nizu had provided, containing basic necessities, a school uniform, and an ID card. "Definitely better than some places I've slept." "You should see the regular dorms," Nejire said, hovering just inside the doorway. "Students can personalize them however they want. Mirio, he's my friend, one of the big three with me. His room is full of motivational posters and workout equipment. And Tamaki, he's our other friend, his room is super minimalist and calming." "Big three?" Ben asked, sitting on the edge of the bed to test its firmness. "Oh. That's us, me, Mirio, and Tamaki. We're the top 3 students in the 3rd year," she explained, though without any hint of arrogance. She stated it as simply as she might mention the weather. "You'll meet them soon. Mirio will definitely want to spar with you once he hears about your quirk." Ben raised an eyebrow. "Spar? Is that a regular thing here?" "Of course. How else would you improve your combat skills?" Nejire performed a little aerial somersault. "Training exercises and sparring matches help us understand our quirk's applications better. Especially for someone like you with multiple transformations, you must need lots of practice with each form." She wasn't wrong. Ben had spent years mastering each of his alien forms, understanding their strengths and limitations. "I guess that makes sense." A beeping sound from Nejire's pocket interrupted them. She pulled out a phone, checked it, and sighed dramatically. "Hero seminar in 15 minutes. I have to go, but I'll find you tomorrow, okay? You should rest anyway, dimensional travel sounds exhausting." Ben froze. "What did you say?" Nejire's hand flew to her mouth. "Oops. Principal Nizu told me everything after you left his office. Don't worry. I'm great with secrets. He said you might need a student liaison who understood your unique situation." She winked conspiratorially. "I think he just knows I'd figure it out eventually with all my questions. So you know I'm—" Ben trailed off, unsure how to even summarize his situation. "From another dimension where you transform into aliens with that super cool watch, and somehow you absorbed a quirk-stealing power when you came here?" Nejire summarized cheerfully. "Yep. Isn't it exciting? I have so many questions about your dimension. Do you have heroes there too? What kinds of aliens can you transform into? Have you been to actual alien planets?" "What, Nejire?" Ben interrupted gently, "didn't you say you had a seminar?" "Oh. Right." She floated backward toward the door. "Tomorrow then." Get some rest, interdimensional hero. Being stranded in a parallel world must be so disorienting. With that remarkably accurate assessment delivered in the tone of someone discussing a mildly interesting weather pattern, Nejire waved and disappeared in a blur of blue hair and boundless energy, leaving Ben alone with his thoughts. He collapsed back onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. In the span of a single day, he'd been torn from his world, discovered a new power with troubling implications, fought 2 villains, enrolled in a superhero high school, and met what had to be the most energetic person in any dimension. Just another day in the life of Ben Tennyson, he muttered to himself, the familiar quip feeling both comforting and hollow without his family to share it with. The Omnitrix glowed softly on his wrist, its familiar weight the only constant in this new reality. Within it now resided not only the DNA of countless alien species but also this world's dangerous, all-for-one, power, and the quirk of the snake woman he'd encountered. Ben lifted his arm, concentrating on that acquired ability. His skin rippled, scales appearing briefly before he consciously suppressed the transformation. The control came easily, almost instinctively, as if the Omnitrix had integrated the quirk fully into his biological matrix. The ethical implications troubled him. Back home, his powers came from the Omnitrix, a tool he wielded responsibly, but ultimately something external. This quirk-stealing ability felt more personal, more invasive. He was literally taking parts of other people and making them his own. "I need to find Grandpa Max and Gwen," he murmured. "And figure out how to get home." But as exhaustion from the day's events washed over him, another thought intruded, the memory of Nejire's boundless enthusiasm and genuine interest in his situation. In this strange new world full of heroes and villains with powers beyond anything his Earth had ever seen, at least he wasn't entirely alone. With that marginally comforting thought, Ben Tennyson, dimensional traveler, alien shifter, and now reluctant inheritor of a villain's power, drifted into an uneasy sleep, the Omnitrix glowing softly in the darkening room. The dreams came in fractured images, memories of home intermingled with the strange new world he'd encountered. The rust bucket exploding in purple-green energy. Grandpa Max reaching for him as reality tore apart. Gwen screaming his name. Then newer images, the snake woman's face contorted in fear as her power was taken, the concrete villain melting under heat blast's flames, Nejire's curious eyes studying him like a fascinating puzzle. And beneath it all, a presence, dark, hungry, patient. Watching. Waiting. Something that had hitched a ride within the quirk factor the Omnitrix had absorbed. Ben jolted awake, gasping for breath. The digital clock beside his bed read 3:17 a.m. The Omnitrix glowed with its usual steady green light, betraying nothing of the turmoil he'd felt in his dreams. "Just stress," he muttered, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. "Dimensional displacement will do that to you." Unable to fall back asleep, Ben moved to the window, looking out over the moonlit UA campus. From this vantage point, he could see training grounds, the main school building, and beyond that, the lights of the city. A world of heroes and villains, all with powers coded into their very DNA. His thoughts returned to Grandpa Max and Gwen. Were they here too? In this city? This country? This dimension at all? The uncertainty gnawed at him worse than any villain ever had. The Omnitrix had interdimensional tracking capabilities, limited, but functional. If Max and Gwen were in this world, wearing or carrying plumber badges, there might be a way to locate them. But that would require modifications to the Omnitrix that Ben wasn't confident making without Asmatha's guidance. As dawn began to break over the horizon, Ben made a decision. He would embrace his cover as an exchange student, learn everything he could about this world and its quirks, and use the resources of UA to find his family and a way home. And along the way, he'd need to master this new, troubling power the Omnitrix had acquired. Because if Principal Nizu was right about the original All-for-One being a dangerous villain, and if others learned of Ben's similar ability, he might find himself facing threats from both heroes and villains in this world. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Cautiously, Ben approached and opened it a crack, surprised to find Toshinori Yagi standing in the hallway, looking as if he hadn't slept either. Mr. Yagi? It's kind of early for a house call. The gaunt man offered a thin smile. Forgive the intrusion, young Tennyson. I thought we might speak privately, before the rest of the school awakens. About your situation. Ben hesitated only briefly before opening the door wider. Come in. I have questions too. As Toshinori entered the small dormitory room, Ben couldn't shake the feeling that this conversation would fundamentally change his understanding of this new world, and his place within it. I believe, Toshinori said gravely, once the door was closed, that we need to discuss exactly what it means to possess all for one's power in a world that still bears the scars of his reign. Chapter 2, Power and Purpose. Toshinori Yagi sat at the small desk in Ben's dormitory room, his gaunt frame hunched forward, fingers steepled. Dawn light crept through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. The silence between them stretched until Ben couldn't bear it any longer. So, Ben said, leaning against the wall opposite the thin man, you fought all for one. Toshinori's sunken eyes met Ben's. Not just fought. I defeated him, at great cost. His hand unconsciously moved to his side, where Ben noticed a subtle flinch. All for one is the reason I look like this now. What happened? A battle, years ago. He destroyed much of my respiratory system and stomach. Toshinori's matter-of-fact tone belied the horror of what he described. I can only maintain my hero form for brief periods now. Hero form? Ben raised an eyebrow. Toshinori glanced toward the door, ensuring it was securely closed, then stood. Perhaps it's better if I show you. His body suddenly expanded, muscles bulging impossibly as he grew nearly 2 feet taller. Where the gaunt, sickly-looking man had stood moments before, a towering figure with an impossibly heroic physique now dominated the small room, golden hair standing up in distinctive peaks. I am All Might, the transformed man announced in a booming voice that seemed entirely too loud for their 5 a.m. conversation. Ben stared, mouth agape. That's some quirk. All Might deflated almost immediately, blood spurting from his mouth as he reverted to Toshinori's emaciated form. He coughed, wiping his lips with a handkerchief he produced from his pocket. Not a quirk, he corrected, sitting back down heavily. At least, not originally mine. My power is called One for All, the opposite of what you've inherited. One for all, Ben repeated. Let me guess, instead of taking quirks, you give them. It's more complicated than that. Toshinori's expression grew distant. One for All was created generations ago, when All for One forced a stockpiling quirk upon his powerless brother. That brother already possessed a seemingly useless quirk, the ability to transfer his quirk to others. The two powers merged, creating One for All, a transferable power that grows stronger with each wielder. Ben processed this information, unconsciously touching the Omnitrix. So you're saying All for One created his own nemesis by accident? In a manner of speaking, yes. A ghost of a smile crossed Toshinori's face. Ironic, isn't it? And now the Omnitrix has somehow absorbed a version of All for One's quirk. Ben frowned. But I don't understand how. The Omnitrix stores alien DNA, not whatever quirks are. Principal Nizu has a theory about that, Toshinori replied. He believes the dimensional transit might have altered the fundamental nature of your device, allowing it to interpret quirks as genetic information, similar to how it processes alien DNA. The explanation made a certain kind of sense. The Omnitrix had always been adaptable, constantly evolving beyond even Asmatha's original designs. There's another possibility, Toshinori continued, his tone grave. During our final battle, All for One was severely injured. His face was destroyed, and he was imprisoned in Tartarus, our most secure facility. However, his consciousness survived. If he sensed a dimensional anomaly, he might have attempted to transfer his quirk through it as a failsafe. The implication sent a chill down Ben's spine. You're saying he might have intentionally sent his power to another dimension? To me? It's merely a hypothesis, Toshinori assured him, but All for One lived for generations by transferring his consciousness to new bodies when necessary. The prospect of dimensional transfer would likely appeal to him. Ben looked down at the Omnitrix with newfound wariness. Great. So I might be carrying some supervillain's backup plan. Which is precisely why we must be careful, Toshinori stressed. If word spreads that someone with All for One's ability has appeared, it could draw attention from dangerous individuals, those who served him, those who fear him, and those who might want to exploit such power. So what do I do? Ben asked, frustration evident in his voice. I didn't ask for this power. I just want to find my family and go home. For now, maintain your cover, Toshinori advised. Principal Nizu believes that UA is the safest place for you, surrounded by pro-heroes and hero students while we investigate your situation. He fixed Ben with a penetrating gaze. But you must exercise extreme caution with this power. Taking quirks from others, even villains, raises significant ethical questions. Ben nodded solemnly. Trust me, I'm not eager to steal anyone's quirks. It feels wrong. Good. Toshinori stood, his joints cracking audibly. That moral compass will serve you well here. He moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing, young Tennyson. The students at UA train relentlessly to master their quirks. If you're to maintain your cover, you'll need to demonstrate similar dedication to controlling your transformations. Training. Ben had spent years mastering his alien forms, but formal training wasn't typically part of his regimen. Indeed. I've arranged for you to join select classes starting tomorrow, including Miss Hado's Advanced Quirk Application Seminar. Toshinori's tired eyes twinkled with something like amusement. She was quite insistent about that. Ben felt a strange flutter at the mention of Nejire. She seems enthusiastic. An understatement, Toshinori chuckled. Miss Hado's curiosity is legendary at UA. She once questioned Principal Nizu for 6 hours straight about the evolutionary implications of his quirk. The mental image made Ben smile despite himself. Sounds intense. Indeed. Well then, Toshinori moved to the door, try to get some rest before classes. Tomorrow will be illuminating. After Toshinori departed, Ben found himself unable to return to sleep. The conversation had left him with more questions than answers, and a growing unease about the power the Omnitrix had absorbed. He'd faced countless threats across the galaxy, Vilgax, the Hybrid, Egregor, Maltruant, but this situation felt different. More personal somehow. It wasn't just about stopping a villain or saving the universe, it was about understanding a power that had fundamentally altered what the Omnitrix was, and by extension, who Ben was as a hero. The UA training grounds were even more impressive in daylight. Ben stood at the edge of the massive complex designated Ground Gamma, a labyrinthine industrial zone of pipes, tanks, and factory structures designed for quirk training. Students in gym uniforms darted through the area, using their various abilities to navigate the challenging terrain. Ben tugged at his own gym uniform, a blue tracksuit with the UA emblem, feeling self-conscious among these practiced quirk users. The Omnitrix felt conspicuous on his wrist, though Nizu had assured him that support items were common enough that no one would question it too deeply. Ben. The now familiar voice was his only warning before a blur of blue hair and boundless energy swept down from above. Nejire hovered before him, her gym uniform rippling with the golden energy of her quirk. You made it. I was worried you might sleep in after your interdimensional travel and all. Are you excited for quirk training? Have you ever had formal training before? Do you think your transformations will work differently in our dimension? Oh. Have you met Mirio and Tamaki yet? They're dying to meet you after I told them about your amazing quirk. Ben couldn't help but smile at her rapid-fire questions. Good morning to you too, Nejire. Sorry, she laughed, not sounding sorry at all. I'm just excited. It's not every day we get an interdimensional hero at UA. Maybe keep the interdimensional part down, Ben suggested, glancing around. Thankfully, the other students seemed focused on their own training. Right. Secret identity. Got it. Nejire made a locking motion over her lips, then immediately continued talking. Come on. Mirio and Tamaki are over by the central platform. They're going to love you. Before Ben could protest, Nejire had grabbed his wrist, thankfully not the one with the Omnitrix, and was pulling him through the training ground with surprising strength for her slender frame. They weaved through obstacles, Nejire floating effortlessly over barriers while Ben had to scramble to keep up. Her hand was warm against his skin, her enthusiasm infectious despite his lingering concerns from his early morning conversation with Toshinori. At the central platform, 2 third-year students were engaged in what appeared to be a sparring match, though mismatched might be a better description. One was a muscular blonde with a perpetual smile that reminded Ben oddly of Toshinori's heroic form. The other was a slender young man with indigo hair that fell over one eye, his entire posture radiating reluctance. Mirio. Tamaki. Nejire called out, waving enthusiastically. Look who's here. The blonde looked up mid-spar, his attention momentarily diverted, which proved to be a mistake. His opponent's arm suddenly transformed into what appeared to be a tentacle, sweeping the blonde's legs from beneath him. Instead of falling, however, the blonde sank through the floor, his entire body phasing through the solid platform before reappearing moments later, completely naked, from a nearby wall. That's cheating, Tamaki, he called out good-naturedly, seemingly unbothered by his nudity as he jogged toward a pile of clothes. You got distracted, the indigo-haired boy muttered, his arm returning to normal. In a real fight, that would be fatal. Details. The blonde quickly dressed in what Ben realized was a specially designed costume and bounded over to them with inhuman energy that somehow matched Nejire's. You must be the exchange student. The one with the amazing transformation quirk. He thrust out his hand. Mirio Togata. Hero name, Lemillion. Ben Tennyson, Ben replied, shaking the offered hand and finding himself nearly lifted off the ground by Mirio's enthusiastic grip. Nice to, meet you. This is Tamaki Amajiki, Nejire introduced the reluctant-looking student who seemed to be trying to fade into the background. Hero name, Sun Eater. He's shy but super powerful. Tamaki mumbled something inaudible, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. He says it's nice to meet you too, Mirio translated cheerfully. So. Nejire tells us you can transform into a fire being. And something with snake arms. How many forms do you have? What are their limitations? We should spar so I can see them in action. Ben blinked at the barrage of questions, so similar to Nejire's approach that he wondered if it was a UA thing. I have several transformations, he answered carefully. Each with different abilities. And limitations, yeah. Fascinating. Mirio exclaimed. My quirk is permeation, I can phase through anything, but I can't see, hear, or breathe while phasing, and my clothes don't come with me unless they're made of my hair fibers. Every quirk has trade-offs. Mirio is being modest, Nejire interjected, floating in circles around them. He's the top student at UA. His quirk was super difficult to master, but he worked harder than anyone. The blonde rubbed the back of his head, his smile never wavering. It's all about turning your weaknesses into strengths. That's what makes a true hero. There was something genuinely inspiring about Mirio's attitude, a pure, uncomplicated heroism that reminded Ben of his own early days with the Omnitrix, before the weight of universal responsibility had settled on his shoulders. So, Mirio continued, clapping his hands together, let's see what you can do. The best way to understand a quirk is through action. I don't know if that's, Ben began, but was cut off by a new arrival. There you are. A stern-looking man with long black hair and a distinctive scarf approached the group. His eyes had an intense, almost feral quality that put Ben immediately on edge. Principal Nizu mentioned we had a new student with an unusual quirk. Mr. Aizawa. Nejire greeted cheerfully. This is Ben Tennyson, the exchange student. Ben, this is Shota Aizawa, the homeroom teacher for Class 1A and also the Pro Hero Eraser head. Aizawa's piercing gaze settled on Ben, then dropped pointedly to the Omnitrix. A transformation quirk that requires a support item? Interesting. It helps me control and select the transformations, Ben explained, sticking to the cover story Nizu had provided. Aizawa seemed skeptical. Well, let's see it in action. Transform into something combat-ready. Mirio will be your opponent. Wait, what? Ben looked between Aizawa and the ever-smiling Mirio. Right now? Problem? Aizawa's tone made it clear he didn't expect resistance. Ben sighed internally. He'd hoped to keep a low profile, but that ship was clearly sailing. No problem. Just, give me a second to choose. The Omnitrix felt warm against his wrist as he activated it, the holographic display flickering to life. The familiar alien silhouettes appeared, but interspersed among them were new, shadowy forms, representations of the quirks the device had absorbed, he assumed. He deliberately avoided those, instead selecting a form that might match well against Mirio's phasing ability. Going ghost, he muttered under his breath, a reference no one here would understand as he slammed down the dial. The familiar rush of transformation enveloped him. His body became translucent, hovering slightly above the ground as ectoplasmic energy coursed through his form. The Omnitrix symbol appeared prominently on his chest. Ghost Freak, he announced, his voice taking on the eerie, echoing quality of his ectoneurite form. The reaction was immediate. Nejire gasped in delight, her eyes widening with childlike wonder. Mirio's smile somehow grew even broader. Tamaki took a step back, visibly unnerved. And Aizawa. Aizawa's eyes glowed red as his hair rose around his face in a display that reminded Ben of an aggressive cat. Interesting, the teacher said, his gaze fixed intently on Ben's transformed state. My erasure quirk doesn't affect you in this form. Why is that? Ben hadn't expected that question. Erasure quirk. Mr. Aizawa can temporarily erase the quirks of anyone he looks at, Nejire explained excitedly, flying closer to examine Ben's ghostly form. But it only works on emitter, transformation, and mutant types, not accumulation quirks. Maybe this form counts as accumulation? Ben suggested, not entirely sure what that meant but grasping at an explanation that wouldn't reveal his alien origins. Perhaps, Aizawa said, not sounding convinced. He relaxed his quirk, eyes returning to normal. Proceed with the sparring match. Mirio stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with enthusiasm. This will be interesting. I've never fought someone who could match my intangibility. Just remember, Aizawa cautioned, this is evaluation only. No excessive force. Ben floated higher, assessing his opponent. Ghost Freak could match Mirio's phasing ability, but the ectoneurite had other tricks, invisibility, possession, intangibility manipulation. He'd need to be careful not to reveal too many non-quirk-like abilities. Ready when you are, he called to Mirio, his voice echoing eerily. Mirio's response was to immediately sink into the ground, disappearing completely from view. Ben tensed, remembering how quickly the blonde had reappeared during his spar with Tamaki. Sure enough, Mirio shot up from the ground directly beneath Ben, fist extended for an uppercut. But Ben's ectoneurite form allowed him to simply let the attack pass harmlessly through his intangible body. Nice try, Ben taunted, floating higher. But phasing works both ways. Mirio's grin never faltered. Then we're at an impasse. Unless. The blonde suddenly permeated through the air, falling back toward the ground, but as he did, he solidified just enough for his fingertips to brush against the Omnitrix symbol on Ben's chest. A surge of energy ran through Ben's form, destabilizing his transformation momentarily. It was enough disruption for Mirio to land a solid hit as he reappeared, his fist connecting with Ben's now partially tangible midsection. The impact sent Ben flying backward, though he quickly regained control, his form flickering between tangibility and intangibility. "The symbol is your weak point," Mirio observed, still smiling despite the tactical assessment. "Interesting." Ben hadn't expected the student to identify the Omnitrix's vulnerability so quickly. This Mirio was sharper than his perpetual grin suggested. Time to change tactics. Ben focused, allowing his form to become invisible while maintaining position. The spectating students gasped as he seemingly disappeared. "Where'd he go?" Nejire exclaimed, her golden energy pulsing as she scanned the area. Mirio remained calm, his stance defensive as he slowly turned, monitoring the area. "Invisibility too. Your quirk has impressive versatility." Ben silently floated behind Mirio, then made just his hand tangible enough to tap the blonde on the shoulder. When Mirio spun to attack, Ben was already elsewhere, repeating the tactic from different angles. "You're toying with me," Mirio observed, not sounding offended but rather analytical. "Testing my reactions. Smart strategy." Ben was impressed. Despite the psychological warfare, Mirio remained composed and cheerful. This was clearly someone who had faced far worse than ghost games during his training. Time for a more direct approach. Ben became visible again, directly in front of Mirio. "Let's try something different," he said, then divided his form, creating multiple ghostly images of himself surrounding the blonde student. Mirio's eyes widened slightly, the first break in his confident demeanor. "Multiple bodies? Or illusions? What do you think?" all the ghost freaks asked in unison. Mirio's response was to sink into the ground again, but this time, instead of reappearing immediately, he remained phased. Ben could sense him moving beneath the platform, a strange awareness that came with Ghost Freak's abilities. Suddenly, Mirio shot up through one of Ben's duplicates, which happened to be the real one. As the blonde solidified, his arm passed through Ben's intangible chest, directly where the Omnitrix symbol would be. Mirio grinned triumphantly. "Found you." He solidified his hand directly where the Omnitrix was positioned. The resulting energy feedback caused an immediate reaction, a flash of green light as Ben's transformation destabilized. When the light faded, Ben was human again, with Mirio standing before him, hands still outstretched but now gripping empty air. "Impressive," Aizawa commented, stepping forward. Togata correctly identified the transformation's weak point and exploited it effectively. "That was amazing," Nejire exclaimed, floating down to hover between them. "Ben, your ghost form was so cool. Can you really create duplicates? Or were they illusions? And can you possess people with it? What other forms do you have? Can you show us more?" Ben rubbed his wrist where the Omnitrix sat, recalibrating after the disruption. "Maybe another time. That took more out of me than I expected." It wasn't entirely a lie, Mirio's interference with the Omnitrix had been jarring. "A reasonable limitation," Aizawa noted, jotting something in a small notebook. "Transformation quirks typically have energy constraints or cooldown periods." Mirio offered his hand to Ben. "That was a great match. Your intangibility works differently from mine. I have to calculate my movements while phased since I can't see or feel anything, but you seemed fully aware. We should train together and exchange techniques." Ben accepted the handshake, finding himself genuinely impressed by Mirio's skill and sportsmanship. "Sure. That could be educational." "Excellent." Mirio clapped Ben on the shoulder with enough force to make him stumble. "The sports festival is coming up soon, this kind of training will be valuable preparation." "Sports festival?" Ben questioned, looking to Nejire for explanation. Her eyes lit up at the question. "Only the biggest event of the UA year. All the Hero Course students compete in quirk-based challenges and combat tournaments. It's broadcast nationally, and pro heroes attend to scout future sidekicks. It's how many of us get internship offers. And you think I should participate? Ben asked skeptically. I just got here. Of course. Mirio insisted. It's the perfect opportunity to showcase your abilities. Plus, it's mandatory for all Hero Course students, even exchange students. Ben looked to Aizawa for confirmation, hoping the stern teacher might offer an exemption. Participation is expected, Aizawa confirmed, dashing those hopes. Consider it part of your exchange program experience. The emphasis on exchange program reminded Ben that Aizawa likely knew more about his situation than he let on. This was part of maintaining his cover. Fine, Ben sighed. When is this festival? 2 weeks from now, Nejire answered, performing an excited loop in the air. Just enough time for intensive training. We'll help you prepare. Before Ben could protest further, a bell rang across the training grounds, signaling the end of the session. That concludes today's evaluation, Aizawa announced. Tennyson, report to ground beta tomorrow morning at 0600 for individual quirk assessment. Togata, Hado, Amajiki, you're welcome to observe, but no interference. With that, the teacher turned and walked away, his scarf billowing behind him despite the absence of wind. Is he always so intense? Ben asked once Aizawa was out of earshot. Mr. Aizawa? Nejire giggled. He's actually being nice today. You should see him when he's in a bad mood. He once suspended an entire class because someone sneezed during quirk training. He's strict but fair, Mirio added. And one of the best combat instructors at UA. If he's taking a personal interest in your training, that's a good sign. Somehow, Ben wasn't convinced that Aizawa's interest was purely pedagogical. The teacher had seemed suspiciously focused on the Omnitrix and the limitations of Ben's transformation. Come on, Nejire said, grabbing Ben's wrist again. Let's get lunch. The cafeteria here is amazing. Lunch Rush is a pro hero whose quirk makes his cooking absolutely perfect. As they headed toward the main building, Ben found himself surrounded by the 3 third-year students, Mirio chattering about training regimens, Nejire peppering him with questions about his transformations, and Tamaki occasionally offering quiet but surprisingly insightful observations about the technical aspects of quirk use. Despite his situation, stranded in a parallel dimension with a potentially dangerous power, Ben felt a strange sense of belonging. These hero students, with their genuine enthusiasm for their abilities and their future as professionals, reminded him of his early days with the Omnitrix, when the possibilities had seemed endless and the responsibilities manageable. And then I phased through 17 floors before I could control my solidity again. Mirio was saying, describing what sounded like a training disaster. I came up naked in the girls' locker room. Most embarrassing day of my first year. Nejire laughed, the sound musical and unrestrained. Mirio has the best quirk failure stories. What about you, Ben? Any embarrassing transformation mishaps? More than I could possibly count, Ben thought, recalling countless situations where the Omnitrix had malfunctioned, timed out at the worst moment, or transformed him into the wrong alien entirely. A few, he admitted with a small smile. Once I got stuck as a 4-armed alien for a whole day during a family road trip. Try explaining that to highway patrol. 4 arms. Nejire's eyes widened. You have a multi-limbed form too. That sounds amazing for combat applications. Can you show us sometime? Maybe, Ben hedged, still wary of revealing too much of his capabilities too quickly. It depends on the recharge time. He tapped the Omnitrix, which was indeed still cycling back to operational status after Mirio's disruption. Speaking of quirks, Mirio said as they entered the main building, there are rumors about villain activity increasing recently. Some kind of organized group recruiting people with powerful abilities. The League of Villains has been quiet since their leader was captured, Tamaki murmured, speaking more than he had all morning. This is something different. League of Villains? Ben asked, the name sounding almost comically straightforward. A villain organization that attacked UA last year, Nejire explained, her typically buoyant tone sobering slightly. They targeted the first years during rescue training at the USJ. All Might defeated their leader, a villain called All for One. Ben nearly stumbled at the name. All for One was their leader. You've heard of him? Mirio asked, looking surprised. Briefly, Ben recovered quickly. During my orientation. Principal Nizu mentioned some recent villain history. Well, with All for One imprisoned, the League lost their main backer, Mirio continued. But this new group seems to be operating differently, targeting specific quirks rather than causing general chaos. Targeting quirks. Ben repeated, a chill running down his spine as he recalled Toshinori's warning about others who might be interested in All for One's power. They're calling themselves the Quirk Collective, Tamaki said softly. According to my internship agency, they've been abducting people with rare or powerful quirks. Some victims are found days later, quirkless. The implication hung heavy in the air. Ben's hand unconsciously moved to cover the Omnitrix, as if to hide the power it now contained. But enough doom and gloom. Mirio declared, his smile returning full force. We're at UA, the safest place in Japan. And we have lunch to enjoy. The cafeteria was bustling with students when they arrived, a colorful array of individuals whose appearances ranged from completely normal to distinctly inhuman. Ben saw students with scales, tails, extra limbs, unusual skin colors, and various other physical manifestations of their quirks. As they collected their food, which did indeed look professionally prepared, Ben noticed the curious stares directed his way. Word of the new exchange student had apparently spread. Don't mind them, Nejire said, noticing his discomfort as they found seats. New students are rare at UA, especially mid-year transfers. Everyone's just curious about your quirk. Great, Ben muttered. So much for keeping a low profile. So, Mirio said between enthusiastic bites of curry, tell us about American hero schools. How do they differ from UA? The dreaded question. Ben scrambled for a plausible answer that wouldn't expose his interdimensional status. They're less structured, he improvised. More individualized training, less emphasis on formal competition. We don't have anything like your sports festival. Fascinating. Mirio leaned forward. Is that why your transformation quirk seems so unique? Different training methodologies? Something like that, Ben agreed vaguely. What's the licensing process like there? Tamaki asked unexpectedly. Japan's provisional license exam is notoriously difficult. It's. Ben hesitated, then was saved from answering by a commotion at the cafeteria entrance. A group of first-year students burst in, talking excitedly amongst themselves. At their center was a boy with messy green hair and an earnest expression who seemed to be the focus of their animated discussion. And then Kaken completely destroyed the training robot with one explosion, the green-haired boy was saying, his hands moving expressively. The precision control he's developed is amazing. Sounds like Class 1A had combat training this morning, Nejire observed. That's Midoriya, he's one of the most promising first years. Kind of reminds me of you, Mirio. The comparison seemed apt from what Ben could observe. Despite his unimposing appearance, the green-haired student had the same earnest enthusiasm that characterized Mirio. As if sensing their attention, Midoriya glanced toward their table. His eyes widened upon noticing Ben among the third years. Oh. Is that the exchange student everyone's talking about? He asked, voice carrying across the cafeteria with unintentional volume. The one who can transform into different beings. The question directed the attention of the entire cafeteria toward Ben, who suddenly found himself the center of unwanted focus. Maybe we should eat outside, he suggested quietly to Nejire. Before she could respond, Midoriya was approaching their table, a notebook clutched in his hands and his eyes shining with barely contained excitement. Excuse me, he said, bowing slightly. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A. Is it true you have a multiform transformation quirk? The rumor is that you turned into some kind of ghost during training this morning. Word travels fast, Ben commented dryly. Midoriya is our resident quirk analyst, Mirio explained with a fond smile. He studies everyone's abilities with academic precision. It's just a hobby. Midoriya insisted, though the thick notebook labeled Quirk Analysis 14 suggested otherwise. But transformation quirks with multiple distinct forms are extremely rare. Most have a single alternate form with variations, not completely different manifestations with separate power sets. The kid's assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Ben glanced at Nejire, who gave him an encouraging nod. It's complicated, Ben finally said. But yes, I can transform into different forms with different abilities. Midoriya's eyes lit up. That's incredible. What determines the forms? Are they based on animals like chimera quirks? Or elements? Or abstract concepts? Is there a genetic component that, Midoriya, Tamaki interrupted softly, you're overwhelming him. The green-haired boy immediately looked chagrined. Sorry. I get carried away sometimes. But if you ever want to discuss the technical aspects of your quirk, I'd be happy to compare notes. I've analyzed almost every student and teacher at UA. Sure, Ben agreed, if only to end the conversation. Maybe later. Seemingly satisfied, Midoriya rejoined his classmates, though Ben noticed him scribbling furiously in his notebook, occasionally glancing back toward their table. He means well, Nejire assured Ben. His analytical skills are actually really helpful for training. I'm sure, Ben replied, though the encounter had left him unsettled. If every student at UA was this observant, maintaining his cover story would be more challenging than he'd anticipated. After lunch, Nejire insisted on giving Ben a proper tour of the campus, one more comprehensive than their rushed exploration the previous day. Mirio and Tamaki excused themselves for specialized training, leaving Ben alone with the energetic blue-haired girl. This is the support department, Nejire explained as they passed a workshop where students were assembling what appeared to be high-tech equipment. They design and build the gear that helps heroes use their quirks more effectively. Your wrist device would qualify as support equipment. It's a bit more integrated than most support items, Ben commented, protective of the Omnitrix's true nature. Family technology. Ooh, a support item family legacy. That's rare but not unheard of. Is that how you got interested in heroics? Nejire floated alongside him, her hair swirling in invisible currents as they walked. The question hit closer to home than she could know. The Omnitrix had defined Ben's life since he was 10 years old, steering him toward heroism from that first fateful summer. You could say that, he admitted. Though where I'm from, heroics isn't as institutionalized. Nejire tilted her head curiously. What do you mean? In my Ben caught himself before saying, world. In my country, becoming a hero is more about individual choice and circumstance. We don't have schools like UA or government licensing. That sounds both wonderful and terrifying. Nejire exclaimed, performing a small loop in the air. Freedom to define your own hero path, but no structured support system. No wonder your approach seems so unique. As they continued the tour, Ben found himself relaxing in Nejire's company. Her questions were constant but never judgmental, her energy infectious rather than exhausting. There was something refreshingly genuine about her curiosity, she wanted to understand not to exploit, but simply because understanding itself delighted her. And this, Nejire announced as they approached an imposing modern building, is the development studio where I thought we could do some private training. Mirio and I booked it for the afternoon so you could practice transformations without an audience. Ben raised an eyebrow. Private training? Your idea or Nizu's? Both, actually. Nejire admitted cheerfully. Principal Nizu thought you might appreciate space to experiment with your quirk away from prying eyes, and I volunteered to help since I'm good at adaptive training scenarios. The thoughtfulness of the arrangement surprised Ben. It seemed Nejire truly was committed to helping him navigate this world while maintaining his cover. The development studio proved to be an expansive training facility with variable terrain features, reinforced walls, and sophisticated monitoring equipment. Nejire activated a control panel by the entrance, and the large space reconfigured itself into what resembled a small urban environment. "I thought we'd start with practical applications," she explained, floating up to get a bird's-eye view of the layout. "Rescue scenarios, mobility challenges, that sort of thing. It helps to contextualize Quirk usage." Ben couldn't help but be impressed. For all her apparent randomness, Nejire clearly took hero training seriously. "All right," he agreed, activating the Omnitrix. "What did you have in mind?" Nejire's eyes sparkled with excitement. "First, I want to see what other transformations you have. The ghost one was amazing, but Mirio said you mentioned a four-armed form." Ben selected 4 arms from the Omnitrix display. One 4-armed alien, coming up. The transformation was smooth, his body expanding into the massive red-skinned Tetraman form. 4 arms, he announced, flexing his multiple limbs. Nejire gasped in delight, flying circles around him to examine the transformation from all angles. "This is incredible. The muscle density alone must increase your strength exponentially. And the secondary arms appear fully functional, independent nervous control. Can you perform different tasks with each pair?" Ben demonstrated by simultaneously cracking his knuckles with one pair while folding the other pair across his chest. "Complete independent control. Tetram, this form is designed for strength and combat versatility." "Fascinating." Nejire reached out hesitantly. "May I?" Ben nodded, and she gently touched one of his massive forearms, examining the red skin and musculature with scientific curiosity. "The cellular structure must be completely different from human," she observed. "Your quirk doesn't just change your appearance, it fundamentally alters your biology." "That's accurate," Ben admitted, impressed by her assessment. Nejire backed up slightly, her expression growing more serious. "Now, practical application. This urban setting contains 3 civilians in need of rescue." She pressed a button on a remote, and 3 mannequins appeared in different precarious positions throughout the mock city. One trapped under rubble, one on a collapsing structure, and one in a simulated chemical hazard. "How would you approach this scenario with this form?" Ben analyzed the situation quickly. 4 arms has strength but limited mobility and no protection against chemicals. "I'd secure the collapsing structure first, then clear the rubble, but I'd need to switch forms for the chemical hazard." "Good assessment." Nejire nodded approvingly. "Let's see you implement that plan, then switch to a form better suited for the chemical rescue." Ben moved through the scenario with practiced efficiency, using forearm strength to stabilize the collapsing building and extract the mannequin from under rubble. Then, with a flash of green light, he transformed into Goop, a gelatinous alien immune to most chemical threats. Nejire's reaction to the slime-like form was even more enthusiastic than before. Amorphous transformation with apparent chemical resistance. "The versatility of your quirk is unlike anything I've ever seen. Most transformation types have a single theme or concept, but yours spans completely different physiologies." As they worked through more scenarios, Ben found himself genuinely enjoying the training. Unlike his typical hero work, which often involved responding to immediate threats, this structured practice allowed him to explore the tactical applications of his transformations more thoroughly. Nejire proved to be an exceptional training partner. Her wave motion quirk complemented his abilities in unexpected ways, and her analytical mind helped identify both strengths and limitations he hadn't fully considered. After 2 hours of intensive practice, they took a break, sitting on a simulated rooftop overlooking the mock city. Ben had reverted to human form, the Omnitrix cycling through its recharge period after multiple transformations. "You're really good at this," Nejire commented, her legs dangling over the edge as she created small spirals of energy between her fingers. Not just the transformations themselves, but knowing exactly which form to use for each situation. That comes from experience. Ben shrugged, unsure how to respond without revealing too much about his heroic history. I've had practice. More than practice, Nejire insisted, studying him with surprising intensity. You move like someone who's been in real combat, not just training scenarios. Her voice softened. What was it like? In your world? The direct acknowledgement of his dimensional displacement caught Ben off guard. You really do know everything, huh? Principal Nizu thought it would be helpful if at least one student knew the full truth, she explained. And I'm good with secrets, despite what my constant questions might suggest. Ben looked out over the simulated cityscape, considering how to answer. My world is different. We don't have quirks, at least, not naturally occurring ones. People are just people, mostly. The Omnitrix, he held up his wrist, is alien technology. It contains the DNA of different species from across the galaxy, allowing me to transform into them temporarily. Aliens, Nejire repeated, eyes wide with wonder rather than disbelief. Actual extraterrestrials. Not just different quirk manifestations. Actual aliens, Ben confirmed. Hundreds of different species, each with their own abilities. I've been using the Omnitrix since I was 10 years old. It's defined most of my life. That's incredible, Nejire breathed. So in your world, you're not just a hero, you're something unique. I guess, Ben admitted uncomfortably. There are other aliens on Earth in my dimension, and other people with powers, but the Omnitrix is one of a kind. It was supposed to be a tool for understanding, a way to literally walk in another species' shoes. I turned it into a hero device. That's what makes you a real hero, Nejire said with surprising earnestness. Not the device, but how you chose to use it. She paused, her expression growing more serious. And this new power you've acquired here, the one that makes Principal Nizu and All Might worried. All for one, Ben supplied, the name still feeling strange on his tongue. The ability to take quirks from others. Have you used it? Besides accidentally with the snake villain? Ben shook his head firmly. No. And I don't plan to if I can avoid it. It feels wrong. Invasive. Nejire nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Quirks are part of who we are, our identity, our expression, our legacy. Taking that from someone, even a villain. Exactly, Ben agreed, relieved she understood. Back home, my transformations are temporary. I borrow abilities, but I don't take them permanently from anyone. This quirk-stealing power goes against everything I believe about being a hero. But it's part of you now, Nejire observed gently. Or at least, part of the Omnitrix. You may need to understand it, even if you don't want to use it. The wisdom in her observation surprised Ben. Behind Nejire's bubbly exterior and constant questions was a deeply thoughtful mind. You're probably right, he conceded. I just hope I can figure it out without crossing any ethical lines. Nejire's smile returned, bright as sunshine after a storm. That's why you have me, and UA. We'll help you understand this power while staying true to your heroic principles. She floated up from the ledge, extending her hand to him. Ready for round 2 of training? I want to see what other amazing transformations you have. Ben found himself smiling despite the weight of their conversation. There was something about Nejire's optimism that made even interdimensional displacement and accidentally acquired villain powers seem manageable. All right, he agreed, taking her offered hand. But fair warning, some of my aliens get pretty weird. The following days fell into a rhythm that was almost comfortable despite the strangeness of Ben's situation. Mornings consisted of quirk training with Aizawa, who seemed determined to push the limits of each transformation. Afternoons were spent in classes, some with regular students, others specialized sessions with Toshinori focused on understanding the nature of All for One's power and how it interacted with the Omnitrix. And then there was Nejire. The blue-haired third year had appointed herself Ben's unofficial guide to all things UA and Quirk related. She joined most of his training sessions, peppered him with endless questions about his world and his transformations, and seemed genuinely invested in helping him navigate his temporary life in this dimension. What had started as an assigned liaison role quickly evolved into something Ben could only describe as friendship, though there were moments, increasingly frequent, when her bright smile or casual touch sent a warmth through him that suggested perhaps friendship wasn't quite the right word. It was during one such moment, a week after his arrival, that everything changed. They were in the development studio again, Ben practicing precision control in his heat blast form while Nejire created wave patterns to redirect his flames in complex maneuvers. The exercise required intense concentration from both of them, her creating stable wave platforms, him maintaining exact temperature control to avoid damaging the facility. Perfect. Nejire called as Ben successfully navigated his flame through a particularly challenging wave pattern. Now try to. The interruption came without warning, an alarm blaring throughout the building, accompanied by red emergency lights. What's happening? Ben asked, maintaining his heat blast form as they both looked around in confusion. Nejire's expression shifted from surprise to concern. That's the Level 3 security breach alarm. Someone's infiltrated the campus. Before either could react further, the training room's communication system activated. Attention all students and faculty, Principal Nizu's voice announced, unusually tense. This is not a drill. A villain attack is in progress at the main gate. All students report to designated safe zones immediately. Third-year Hero Course students and faculty, report to defensive positions per Protocol 7. That's me, Nejire said, her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by professional focus. I have to go. I'm coming with you, Ben stated firmly, the flames of his pyronite form intensifying with his resolve. But you're not officially, I'm a hero, Ben cut her off, his fiery eyes meeting hers. Dimensional traveler or exchange student, doesn't matter. If UA is under attack, I'm helping. Nejire hesitated only briefly before nodding. Stay close to me. Protocol 7 means a coordinated defense against multiple villains, typically led by third years while faculty evacuates younger students. They rushed from the development studio, Ben maintaining his heat blast form as they navigated the corridors. Through windows, they could see students being ushered toward shelter areas while staff members moved with purposeful urgency toward the main gate. As they approached the central plaza, the sounds of conflict became audible, explosions, shouts, the distinctive noise of quirks being unleashed in combat. Nejire took to the air as they cleared the main building, golden energy spiraling around her as she assessed the situation from above. The gate's been destroyed, she reported, her voice tight. I count at least 8 villains, no, 10. They're wearing matching uniforms with some kind of insignia. Ben followed her gaze and saw the chaos unfolding at the entrance to UA. The massive security gate that had impressed him on his first day lay in twisted ruins. Figures in dark clothing with distinctive red emblems fought against what appeared to be a defensive line of teachers and senior students. Mirio was there, his distinctive form phasing through attacks while delivering devastating counters. Tamaki stood beside him, his arms transformed into what looked like tentacles and claws. Several teachers Ben recognized, Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, were engaged with what appeared to be the more dangerous intruders. Nejire-chan. Mirio called, spotting them as they approached. They're targeting specific students, those with powerful or unusual quirks. The word sent a chill through Ben despite his fiery form. Targeting students with unusual quirks. Like, perhaps, a dimension-hopping alien shapeshifter with all for one's power. The Quirk Collective, Tamaki confirmed grimly as they reached the defensive line. Just like the report said. One of the villains, a tall woman with metallic skin that seemed to reflect light in disorienting patterns, stepped forward. We have no quarrel with most of you, she announced, her voice eerily melodic. We seek only those whose quirks will advance our cause. Surrender the exchange student and other targeted individuals, and will withdraw peacefully. The exchange student. They were here for him specifically. How do they know about you? Nejire whispered, hovering protectively closer to Ben. Your arrival was kept relatively quiet. Someone's been watching, Aizawa growled, his capture weapon floating around him like agitated snakes. Or they have an informant. Ben stepped forward, the concrete beneath his flaming feet scorching with each step. If it's me you want, then let's talk, away from the school and the students. Ben, no. Nejire hissed, but he raised a fiery hand to reassure her. I'm a lot harder to capture than they think, he said with confidence born from years of facing far worse threats than these villains. The metallic woman laughed, the sound like wind chimes in a storm. Brave. Foolish, but brave. We don't just want you, Transformer, we want what you carried into this world. The power you don't even understand yet. The implications froze Ben despite his pyronite form. They didn't just know he was from another dimension, they knew about All for One. How could you possibly, he began, but was cut off as the ground beneath them suddenly liquefied, courtesy of another villain whose body seemed composed of flowing mud. Enough talk, the metallic woman declared. Take the targets. Eliminate any who interfere. The battle erupted in earnest then. Villains and heroes clashed across the plaza, quirks manifesting in dazzling and destructive displays of power. Ben launched into action, instinctively moving to protect the younger students who hadn't yet reached the evacuation points. His heat blast form gave him exceptional combat capability against most of the villains, whose quirks largely proved vulnerable to extreme heat. He fought back-to-back with Nejire, her wave energy complementing his flames in devastating combination attacks. They moved with surprising synchronicity for partners who'd only trained together for a week, her aerial maneuvers creating openings that his pyrokinesis exploited perfectly. Behind you. Nejire called, and Ben spun to face a villain whose body seemed to be composed of living shadow. The Shadow Man laughed, a hollow sound that echoed oddly. Fire against darkness? Poor choice, Transformer. The villain's form expanded, threatening to engulf Ben entirely. Heatblast's flames seemed to disappear into the darkness without effect, like light being swallowed by a black hole. Time for a change in tactics. Ben slapped the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, green light flashing as he transformed into a new alien. Chromastone, he announced, his crystalline body glowing with iridescent energy. The shadow villain hesitated, clearly not expecting the transformation. What manner of quirk is this? Ben didn't bother explaining. Instead, he absorbed ambient energy from the surrounding battle and channeled it into a powerful ultraviolet blast that pierced through the villain's shadowy form. The Shadow Man shrieked, his darkness dissipating under the intense light. It burns. How is this possible? Light beats darkness, Ben quipped. Basic physics. A wave of golden energy struck the villain from above, Nejire reinforcing Ben's attack with her own. The combined assault was too much for the shadow user, who collapsed into unconsciousness, his quirk deactivating. Nice teamwork. Nejire called, hovering beside Ben. Your crystal form is beautiful, by the way. Despite the chaos of battle, Ben felt a flush of warmth at her compliment. Thanks. It absorbs and redirects energy, thought it would work well with your quirk. It's perfect, she agreed, then pointed toward the center of the plaza. But we've got bigger problems. The metallic woman, apparently the leader of the attackers, was engaged with Aizawa and Mirio simultaneously. Despite facing two of UA's strongest fighters, she moved with liquid grace, her reflective body seemingly immune to Aizawa's erasure quirk. Why isn't his quirk working on her? Ben asked as they moved to assist. Some quirks are permanent transformations, they can't be turned off once activated, Nejire explained grimly. And Mirio can't land a solid hit because her body keeps shifting like mercury. As they approached, Ben analyzed the metallic villain's movements. Her body flowed like liquid metal, reforming instantly whenever Mirio managed to connect with a permeation attack. Aizawa's capture weapon bounced off her surface without finding purchase. I need something that can contain or neutralize her, Ben muttered, cycling through mental inventory of his aliens. If we could solidify her somehow, Nejire suggested, or maybe disrupt whatever allows her to maintain that form. An idea struck Ben. I need to get close to her. Can you create a distraction? Nejire nodded without hesitation. Leave it to me. She soared upward, gathering golden energy around her hands until it spiraled in brilliant coils. Hey, Tin Woman, she called. Let's see how reflective you really are. The villain looked up just as Nejire released a concentrated spiral of energy, not aimed directly at her, but at the ground surrounding her position. The concrete erupted in a controlled explosion, sending debris flying in all directions. While the metallic woman was distracted by the airborne rubble, Ben slapped the Omnitrix symbol on his chest, transforming again in a flash of green light. Big chill, he announced, his moth-like necrophrygian form materializing. Without hesitation, he turned intangible and flew straight toward the villain, passing through the floating debris. The metallic woman sensed him coming and lashed out with a mercury-like tendril, but it passed harmlessly through his intangible form. What are you doing? She demanded, her confidence faltering for the first time. Physical attacks can't. I'm not attacking, Big Chill interrupted, his spectral voice echoing as he enveloped her metallic form. I'm freezing. Big Chill's breath weapon activated, ultra-cold energy pouring from him directly into the villain's liquid metal body. The effect was immediate, her mercury-like substance began to solidify, crystallizing from the inside out. No! She screamed, desperately trying to maintain her liquid state. You can't, you don't understand what we're trying to. Her words cut off as the freezing process completed, leaving her encased in a self-contained block of ice, her metallic body frozen in a mid-transformation state. Ben returned to tangibility, hovering beside the immobilized villain. I understand enough to know attacking a school full of kids isn't justified by any cause. With their leader neutralized, the remaining villains began to falter. Some attempted to retreat, only to find escape routes blocked by UA staff and police who had arrived to reinforce the campus defense. As the battle wound down, Ben reverted to human form, the Omnitrix timing out after multiple transformations. Nejire landed beside him, her hair slightly disheveled from the fight but her expression triumphant. That was amazing, she exclaimed. The way you analyzed her weakness and countered it perfectly. Before Ben could respond, a commotion near the destroyed gate drew their attention. The police were securing captured villains, but one, a slender man with an apparatus covering his face, was thrashing violently against his restraints. Ben Tennyson, the struggling villain called out, his voice muffled but clearly audible. This isn't over. He knows you're here now. He feels the connection, the power recognizes its true master. A chill ran down Ben's spine that had nothing to do with his recent transformation. Who knows I'm here, he demanded, approaching the restrained villain despite Aizawa's warning glance. The villain laughed, a disturbing sound through his mask. The original, of course. All for one. Your borrowed power calls to him, even from the depths of Tartarus. He sent us to find you, to confirm what he sensed across the barrier between consciousness. That's enough, Aizawa interrupted, stepping between Ben and the villain. Get him out of here, he instructed the police officers, who quickly complied. As the villains were led away, Nejire moved to Ben's side, her expression troubled. What did he mean about all for one sensing you? I don't know, Ben answered honestly, though a growing unease suggested otherwise. The dreams he'd been having, the sense of a presence watching, waiting within the power the Omnitrix had absorbed, suddenly seemed far more sinister. Principal Nizu approached, his small form somehow maintaining dignity despite the chaos surrounding them. Mr. Tennyson, Miss Hado. Excellent work defending the campus. However, this attack confirms our worst fears, your presence and unique abilities have been compromised. But how? Ben asked, frustration evident in his voice. I've been careful. I've stuck to the cover story. The leak likely came before you even arrived at UA, Nizu explained grimly. Someone witnessed your initial arrival and encounter with the snake villain. We must assume the Quirk Collective has been monitoring you since then, waiting for confirmation of what you possess. And now they have it, Toshinori said, joining their conversation. His gaunt form looked even more haggard after the battle. Which means we need to accelerate our plans. Plans? Ben repeated. For your training and protection, Nizu clarified. If All for One can indeed sense the power within you, as that villain claimed, then we have a more immediate concern than just your return home. We must ensure you can control this power fully, both to defend yourself and to prevent it from being reclaimed by its original owner. Nejire's hand found Ben's, squeezing gently in reassurance. We'll help you. That's what UA is for, helping heroes master their powers. The simple touch and earnest words steadied Ben more than he would have expected. In the weeks since his arrival, Nejire had become not just his guide to this world, but a genuine friend, perhaps more, given the flutter in his chest whenever she was near. Fine, he agreed, looking from Nizu to Toshinori. What's the plan? First, relocation, Nizu decided. The dormitories are too exposed now that villains have breached the main gate. You'll move to a secure facility within the UA grounds, one with additional protections. I'll be accompanying you, Toshinori added. My experience with All for One makes me uniquely qualified to help you understand and control this power. And I'm coming too. Nejire declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. Ben needs someone who understands both his quirk training and his dimensional situation. Nizu and Toshinori exchanged a look that Ben couldn't quite interpret before the principal nodded. Very well. Miss Hato has proven herself both capable and discreet. Her assistance will be valuable, particularly given how well your quirks complement each other in combat. As they surveyed the damage to the campus, Ben couldn't shake the ominous feeling settling over him. The attack had been targeted, precise, aimed specifically at him and the power he now carried. What had been an inconvenient detour in his journey home had suddenly become something far more dangerous. One more thing, Toshinori said quietly, ensuring only their small group could hear. If All for One can sense the power within you, then we must consider the possibility that the connection works both ways. You may begin to experience influences from his consciousness. You mean he might try to take over my mind or something? Ben asked skeptically. Not exactly, Toshinori clarified. But All for One's quirk is more than just a power, it carries with it generations of experience, knowledge, and hunger. The hunger for more quirks, more power. You may find that desire influencing your thoughts, especially in moments of stress or vulnerability. Ben wanted to dismiss the concern, but the dreams he'd been having, the dark presence watching from within, made that impossible. How do I stop it? By understanding it, Nejire suggested, her insight surprising the others. Like any power, if you truly understand its nature and limitations, you can control it rather than letting it control you. Toshinori nodded approvingly. Well said, Miss Hato. That will be our primary focus in the coming days, helping Ben understand and master All for One's power without succumbing to its darker aspects. As emergency crews arrived to begin repairs on the damaged gate, Ben found himself standing at a crossroads. The attack had clarified the stakes of his situation. This wasn't just about finding a way home anymore. It was about preventing a villain's legacy from continuing through him. There's something else we need to discuss, Ben said finally. If these villains found me so easily, they might also be tracking my family, if they're in this dimension too. We've had search teams looking since your arrival, Nizu assured him. So far, there's been no sign of dimensional anomalies similar to yours, but we'll intensify the efforts in light of today's events. The knowledge that UA was actively searching for Grandpa Max and Gwen brought Ben some comfort, though the absence of results was troubling. Were they even in this dimension? Or had the anomaly scattered them across different realities entirely? Let's get moving, Toshinori suggested, eyeing the gathering crowd of students and police. The secure facility is beneath the campus, we can reach it through the emergency tunnels. As they made their way toward the main building, Nejire kept pace beside Ben, her usual bouncing flight subdued into a more purposeful hover. "Are you okay?" she asked quietly when they fell slightly behind Nizu and Toshinori. That was a lot to process, even for someone who fights aliens regularly. Ben appreciated her attempt at humor, though the smile he offered in return felt strained. "I've been in worse situations. At least no one's trying to destroy the universe this time." Yet, Nejire quipped, then immediately looked chagrined. "Sorry, bad joke. But seriously, you're not alone in this, Ben. Whatever All for One's power is trying to do, whatever these villains want from you, you have allies here." The sincerity in her eyes made something twist in Ben's chest. In just a week, this vibrant, curious girl had become important to him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The thought of putting her in danger because of his unwanted connection to All for One was unbearable. "Maybe you shouldn't get too involved," he suggested reluctantly. "These villains are targeting me specifically. I don't want you caught in the crossfire." Nejire's expression shifted from concern to determination, her hair swirling more energetically around her face. "That's not how this works, Ben Tennyson. I'm training to be a pro-hero, protecting people is literally my chosen career. Besides," she added, a hint of her usual playfulness returning, "who else is going to ask you endless questions about your transformations?" Despite everything, Ben found himself laughing. "You've got me there." They reached an inconspicuous service elevator hidden behind a maintenance door in the main building's basement. Nizu entered a complex series of codes, and the elevator doors slid open to reveal a modern cabin with additional security features. The secure facility was designed as a last resort shelter, the principal explained as they entered. It's equipped with living quarters, training areas, and research laboratories, all protected by the most advanced security systems available. Plus some less technological protections, Toshinori added cryptically. The elevator descended far deeper than Ben had expected, suggesting they were traveling well below the campus foundations. When the doors finally opened, they revealed a surprising sight, not the sterile bunker Ben had imagined, but a spacious, well-lit complex that resembled a high-end research facility combined with a luxury apartment. "Welcome to Deep Keep," Nizu announced, leading them into a central atrium where multiple corridors branched off. UA's most secure facility, known to only a handful of staff members and never before used for student accommodation. "It's incredible," Nejire gasped, floating upward to get a better view of the atrium's high ceiling, which featured a realistic projection of the sky above. "I had no idea this existed beneath the school." "That was rather the point, Miss Hado," Nizu noted with mild amusement. "Now, let me show you to your quarters. You'll find them fully stocked with necessities, and anything else you require can be requested through the internal communication system." The living areas proved to be comfortable apartments rather than the institutional rooms Ben had expected. His assigned quarters featured modern furnishings, advanced technology, and even personalized touches, including, he noted with surprise, several astronomy books and a telescope. "How did you know I'm interested in space?" he asked Nizu, gesturing toward these items. "An educated guess," the principal replied with a small smile. "Given your interstellar experiences." After settling into their quarters, they reconvened in what appeared to be a combination meeting room and research laboratory. Holographic displays showed detailed analyses of Quirk manifestations, including one that Ben recognized as data from his own training sessions. Toshinori stood before the largest display, which showed a complicated diagram of energy patterns. "This," he explained, "is a visualization of All for One's Quirk, based on data from his containment at Tartarus. And this," he switched to another display, "is what we've managed to capture from your transformations, Ben." The similarities between the two patterns were undeniable, though Ben's display showed additional complexity, likely due to the Omnitrix's influence. "The fundamental energy signature is identical," Nizu observed, "but the expression is altered by the Omnitrix's alien technology. It's as if the device has interpreted All for One's quirk as genetic information, integrating it into its database. But why? Ben asked, studying the displays. The Omnitrix is designed to collect and preserve DNA samples, not whatever quirks are. That's what we need to understand, Toshinori said gravely. Quirks are genetic in nature, they're passed down through families, with variations and combinations creating new abilities in each generation. But All for One's quirk is unique. It allows him to take other quirks, to extract their fundamental genetic information and integrate it into his own DNA. Which sounds suspiciously similar to what the Omnitrix does with alien DNA, Ben realized, a chill running down his spine. It's like they recognized each other as similar technologies. Precisely our hypothesis, Nizu confirmed. Two systems designed to collect and utilize genetic information, brought together by a dimensional anomaly. The question is whether this integration was random chance or deliberate. The implication hung heavy in the air. Could All for One have somehow sensed the Omnitrix across dimensions? Had he deliberately reached out to it during Ben's transit between worlds? So what now? Ben asked, unconsciously touching the Omnitrix as if to reassure himself of its familiar presence. How do we separate this power from the device? Or at least ensure it doesn't influence me? First, we need to understand exactly how the power manifests through you, Toshinori explained, moving to a door at the far end of the laboratory. Which means controlled testing of its capabilities. The door led to a massive training area, far larger than seemed possible given the facility's underground location. Various obstacles, targets, and monitoring equipment filled the space, which could have easily accommodated a small army's worth of training. This facility was designed to safely contain and analyze the most powerful quirks, Nizu explained, noting Ben's surprise at the scale. Including potentially destructive ones. It's the perfect environment to explore the limits of All for One's power without risk to others. And I'll be your primary training partner, Nejire added, floating into the center of the room with golden energy already spiraling around her hands. My quirk gives me range and mobility advantages. I can engage without coming into direct contact, which is safer given the absorption properties of All for One. Ben appreciated her practical approach, though the thought of using the quirk stealing power, even in a controlled environment, made him uneasy. What exactly am I supposed to do? Just try to take quirks. Not initially, Toshinori said, his expression sympathetic. We've prepared synthetic quirk analogs, energy constructs that mimic quirk signatures without being attached to actual people. They'll allow you to practice the sensation and control of absorption without ethical complications. The consideration behind these preparations touched Ben. These people barely knew him, yet they'd created an entire training regimen designed to respect his moral boundaries while helping him master a dangerous ability. Thank you, he said sincerely. All of you. I know I'm not actually a student here, or even from this dimension, but you're a hero facing a challenging power, Nejire finished for him, landing lightly beside him with a warm smile. That makes you one of us, dimension notwithstanding. The simple acceptance in her words, and the approving nods from Nizu and Toshinori, eased something in Ben's chest that had been tight since his arrival in this world. For the first time since the dimensional anomaly had torn him from his home, he felt like he might not be facing this challenge alone. Let's begin, he said with newfound resolve, stepping into the training area. Show me how this power works. Days passed in an intense rhythm of training, research, and gradual progress. Ben learned to access the All for One power consciously rather than instinctively, to direct its energy toward specific targets, and to control the degree of absorption, from temporary borrowing to permanent acquisition. The synthetic quirk analogs provided a safe testing ground, allowing him to experience the sensation of quirk transfer without the moral complications of taking abilities from actual people. It was strange, exhilarating, and somewhat disturbing, feeling another power integrate with his being, becoming part of him in ways that his alien transformations never quite did. Throughout it all, Nejire remained a constant presence, her energy never flagging, her curiosity undiminished, her support unwavering. She adapted her training schedule to match his, spending hours in the Deep Keep facility despite maintaining her regular UA responsibilities. "Aren't you falling behind in your classes?" Ben asked one evening as they sat in the facility's common area, reviewing data from that day's training session. Nejire looked up from the holographic display, her hair cascading around her shoulders like a blue waterfall. She'd taken to wearing it loose during their private training sessions, and Ben found the sight strangely mesmerizing. "Not at all," she assured him cheerfully. "The big three are given a lot of autonomy in our third year. We're expected to take on special projects and self-directed study. Principal Nizu has classified this as my special research project, and I'm actually earning extra credit for it." "Research project, huh?" Ben leaned back in his chair with a small smile. "So I'm basically your homework." "The most interesting homework I've ever had," Nejire confirmed without a hint of irony. "An interdimensional hero with alien transformation technology and a villain's quirk. It's literally the most fascinating quirk study case in UA history." Her enthusiasm was infectious, as always. Over the past 10 days of intensive training, Ben had found himself increasingly drawn to Nejire's unique combination of boundless energy, genuine curiosity, and surprising emotional insight. She approached everything, from quirk analysis to dimensional theory to late-night conversations about favorite foods, with the same wholehearted investment. "Well, I'm glad my interdimensional crisis is academically beneficial," he teased, though without any real complaint. In truth, he'd come to rely on Nejire's presence more than he cared to admit. She grounded him in this strange world, making the unfamiliar feel almost like home. "It's more than academic," Nejire said, suddenly serious as she set aside the data tablet. "Ben, what you're doing, learning to control this power that scares even All Might, it's incredible. Most people would have either rejected it completely or given in to its darker aspects." "I've had practice with powerful, potentially dangerous transformations," Ben replied, thinking of aliens like Ghost Freak and Way Big whose abilities could easily cause catastrophic harm if misused. "The Omnitrix taught me that power itself isn't good or evil, it's how you choose to use it." "Exactly." Nejire's eyes lit up with that special intensity they got when something particularly fascinated her. "That's what makes you different from All for One. He saw quirks as tools to steal and hoard, you see them as responsibilities. Even with the snake villain, your first instinct wasn't to keep her power permanently, you were horrified that you'd taken it." Ben hadn't considered it from that perspective before. "I guess you're right. It's not about what power you have, but the choices you make with it." "Which is exactly what we teach at UA," came Toshinori's voice from the doorway. The gaunt man entered the common area, carrying a tablet of his own. "Apologies for the interruption, but I have news that couldn't wait." Both Ben and Nejire straightened, noting the unusual urgency in the former pro-hero's manner. "What is it?" Ben asked, a knot forming in his stomach. "Has something happened?" "Two things, actually," Toshinori confirmed, taking a seat across from them. "First, there's been a development regarding your family. A police report came in this morning about a strange incident in Hosu City, approximately 200 kilometers from here. Witnesses described what appeared to be a magenta energy field that temporarily disrupted electronic devices in the area." Ben's heart rate accelerated. "Magenta energy? That sounds like Gwen's mana fields. Where exactly was this?" "When?" "Yesterday afternoon, in the warehouse district," Toshinori replied, passing the tablet to Ben. "We've already dispatched a team to investigate, but given the potential connection to your dimensional transit, I thought you should know immediately." Ben scanned the report, hope rising for the first time since his arrival. The description matched Gwen's energy manipulation abilities perfectly: the color, the electromagnetic interference, even the reported pattern of the energy field. "This has to be her," he said, looking up with renewed determination. "I need to go to Hosu, now." "And we will," Toshinori assured him. "But there's the second matter to discuss, and it may complicate things." He reclaimed the tablet, switching to a different file. The security systems at Tartarus registered an unusual energy spike in All for One's containment cell at approximately the same time as the Hosu incident. His vital signs showed temporary anomalies consistent with heightened Quirk activity, despite the suppressant systems. The implications settled heavily between them. "You think there's a connection," Ben stated rather than asked. "Between Gwen's appearance and All for One's reaction?" "It seems unlikely to be coincidence," Toshinori confirmed grimly. "Especially given what we now understand about your Omnitrix absorbing All for One's power during dimensional transit. If your family member possesses energy manipulation abilities and cross dimensions in a similar manner. All for One might have sensed it, just like he sensed me," Ben finished, the knot in his stomach tightening. "Which means Gwen might be in danger from the same villains who attacked UA. The Quirk Collective," Nejire murmured, her usual buoyancy subdued by concern. "If they're monitoring anomalous Quirk activity for All for One, they could already be heading to Hosu." Ben stood abruptly, the Omnitrix glowing softly on his wrist as if responding to his heightened emotions. "Then we need to get there first. I'm not letting them anywhere near Gwen." "We'll leave immediately," Toshinori decided, rising as well. "I've already arranged transportation, a private UA vehicle with security protocols. Miss Hato, you're welcome to accompany us, given your familiarity with Mr. Tennyson's abilities and the potential dangers involved." "Wild horses couldn't keep me away," Nejire declared, floating upward with renewed energy. "Besides, my wave quirk has excellent crowd control applications if we need to secure an area without collateral damage." As they prepared to depart, gathering equipment and reviewing the Hosu reports in more detail, Ben felt a strange mixture of hope and dread. The prospect of finding Gwen, of having family from his own dimension here, lifted a weight he'd been carrying since his arrival. But the apparent connection to All for One added a dangerous complication to what should have been a simple reunion. "Hey," Nejire said softly, touching his arm as they headed toward the elevator. "We'll find her first. I promise." The confidence in her voice, the absolute certainty, steadied him. In the short time he'd known her, Nejire Hato had never made a promise she didn't intend to keep. "Thanks," he replied, his hand briefly covering hers where it rested on his arm. "For everything. I don't know how I would have handled all this without you." A faint blush colored Nejire's cheeks, her hair swirling more actively around her face. "That's what heroes do, right? Help each other through the weird stuff." She paused, then added with a teasing smile, "Though I have to admit, interdimensional travel and villain quirks definitely qualify as extra weird, even by UA standards." Their moment of connection was interrupted as Toshinori called them to the elevator, the mission to Hosu now their priority. As they ascended toward the surface and whatever awaited them in the warehouse district, Ben couldn't shake the feeling that a critical juncture was approaching, one that would determine not just his path home, but the very nature of the power he now carried. And somewhere in that uncertain future, the presence he'd felt in his dreams, the dark consciousness associated with All for One's quirk, waited with patient malevolence, watching through eyes that were somehow both alien and intimately familiar. The drive to Hosu City took just over an hour, during which Ben studied every detail of the police report while Nejire and Toshinori discussed potential scenarios they might encounter. The vehicle, an unmarked black SUV with reinforced chassis and tinted windows, moved smoothly through evening traffic, its UA credentials allowing them to bypass several security checkpoints. "The warehouse district is primarily automated storage facilities," Toshinori explained as they approached the city limits. "Minimal staff, extensive security systems, ideal for someone trying to remain undetected while figuring out their situation in a new dimension." "Sounds like Gwen," Ben agreed, recognizing his cousin's strategic thinking. She wouldn't risk civilian exposure if she suspected she'd traveled to another world. She'd secure a position, analyze her surroundings, and try to establish contact with familiar entities. "Like you," Nejire suggested. "Could she sense your presence here? With her energy abilities?" Ben considered this. "Maybe. Gwen's mana manipulation allows her to track people she's connected to, especially family. But across an entire country, with unfamiliar energy patterns? It would be challenging even for her. The warehouse district emerged before them as they rounded a bend in the highway, rows of identical storage buildings stretching across an industrial zone separated from the main city by a narrow river. Even from a distance, Ben could see that something was wrong. Several buildings showed signs of recent damage, broken windows, scorched walls, and what appeared to be the aftermath of some kind of confrontation. "We're too late," Toshinori muttered, his hollow eyes narrowing as he surveyed the scene. "There's been a battle here." Ben's heart sank as they pulled closer. Police vehicles surrounded one particular warehouse, a nondescript building distinguished only by the significant damage to its facade. Officers had established a perimeter, and what appeared to be Hero Agency personnel were conducting an investigation inside. "Official response," Nejire observed. "That means either heroes were involved in whatever happened, or the police considered it significant enough to call them in." Toshinori parked their vehicle at the edge of the police perimeter and presented his UA identification to the officer on duty. His status as the former number 1 hero, even in his diminished form, garnered immediate respect and access. Former pro-hero Toshinori Yagi, he introduced himself formally. With UA staff and students investigating a potential connection to recent incidents. The officer's eyes widened slightly in recognition. "Of course, sir. Detective Tsukachi is inside, he'll want to brief you personally." As they entered the damaged warehouse, Ben's senses went into overdrive, searching for any sign of Gwen's presence. The interior showed clear evidence of a Quirk-based confrontation, scorch marks, shattered concrete, and distinctive residue patterns that Ben had learned to recognize as the aftermath of specific Quirk types. And there, in a far corner where the damage was most concentrated, faint traces of magenta energy still clung to the walls and floor. Energy that resonated with Ben's memories of Gwen's mana fields. "She was here," he said with certainty, moving toward the residual energy. "Recently too, within the last 12 hours. "Ben Tennyson," a calm voice called from behind them. They turned to find a plainclothes detective approaching, his expression professionally neutral but his eyes sharp with intelligence. "I thought you might show up when this report crossed my desk." Detective Tsukachi, Toshinori greeted the man with evident familiarity. "You know about Mr. Tennyson's situation?" "Principal Nizu briefed me after the UA attack," the detective confirmed. "Special circumstances require special awareness." He turned to Ben directly. "We believe your family member was here, Mr. Tennyson." A young woman with energy manipulation abilities that matched nothing in our Quirk registry. Hope and fear warred in Ben's chest. "Where is she now? Is she hurt? What happened here?" The detective gestured toward the area with the magenta residue. "Approximately 18 hours ago, security systems detected an energy anomaly in this warehouse. By the time patrol officers arrived, they found evidence of a confrontation between multiple Quirk users. Based on witness statements from nearby buildings, a young woman with glowing pink hands was defending herself against what appeared to be 4 or 5 attackers. The Quirk collective," Nejire surmised, floating slightly to get a better view of the scene. "They got here before us." "That's our working theory," Tsukachi agreed. "The energy signatures match those from the UA attack, and the methodology is consistent, targeted extraction of individuals with valuable quirks." "Did they?" Ben couldn't bring himself to finish the question. The detective's expression softened slightly. "We don't believe they succeeded in capturing her. The evidence suggests she escaped. There's a trail of energy residue leading to the river, and reports of unusual lights on the water around that time. However, she appears to have been injured during the confrontation. We found blood samples that don't match any of the other evidence." Ben's fists clenched at his sides, the Omnitrix glowing slightly in response to his emotional state. The thought of Gwen hurt, alone in an unfamiliar world, pursued by villains because of her connection to him. "We need to find her," he stated, his voice hardening with resolve. "Now. Before they do." "We've already initiated a search," Tsukachi assured him. All hero agencies in the region have been notified to watch for energy signatures matching the residue here. If she's still in Hosu, we'll find her. Unless she's deliberately hiding, Ben countered, knowing his cousin's capabilities. Gwen's smart, scary smart. If she realized she was being targeted, she'd go to ground, mask her energy signature, and regroup. Where would she go? Toshinori asked. In an unfamiliar city, injured, with unknown pursuers. Ben considered the question, trying to think like Gwen would in this situation. She'd need medical attention, but wouldn't risk a hospital where her unusual energy might be detected. She'd look for somewhere secure, somewhere with resources but minimal observation. Abandoned buildings? Nejire suggested. Or maybe underground, Ben realized suddenly. Hosu has an older subway system, right? Partially decommissioned sections. Tsukachi's eyes widened slightly. Yes, the northern line was replaced 5 years ago with a newer system. The old tunnels are still accessible for maintenance, but largely unused. That's where she'd go, Ben said with certainty. Defensible position, multiple escape routes, and the concrete would help mask her energy signature from detection. It's worth investigating, the detective agreed, already reaching for his radio. I can dispatch a small team to. No, Ben interrupted. Too many people will trigger her defenses. She'll be on high alert after the attack. I should go alone, she knows me, trusts me. Out of the question, Toshinori stated firmly. If the Quirk collective is still in the area, you'd be walking into potential ambush without backup. I'll go with him, Nejire volunteered immediately. Small team, high mobility. I can fly us through the tunnels much faster than a search party could walk, and my wave quirk gives us both offensive and detection capabilities. Ben shot her a grateful look, once again appreciative of how quickly she grasped the strategic necessities of their unusual situations. Toshinori looked like he wanted to object further but finally nodded. Very well. But you'll maintain constant communication, and at the first sign of the collective or any other threat, you call for backup. Understood? Crystal clear, Ben agreed, already activating the Omnitrix. I'll transform into something with tracking abilities. Wildmutt should be able to pick up Gwen's scent even in the tunnels. The familiar green light enveloped him as he transformed, his body morphing into the orange-furred, eyeless alien with enhanced senses. When the transformation completed, Ben, now Wildmutt, gave a confirmatory growl. That's different from your ghost and fire forms, Detective Tsukachi observed with professional understatement. Sensory enhancement. Wildmutt has no eyes but possesses incredible smell and hearing, Nejire explained, apparently having memorized Ben's transformations during their training sessions. He can track scents for miles, even days-old ones. Wildmutt nodded in confirmation, then approached the area with Gwen's energy residue, sniffing intensively to memorize her scent in this dimension. Despite having no visible eyes, his Volpomancer senses constructed a detailed sensory map of his surroundings, including the faint trail of Gwen's passage leading toward the building's rear exit. He growled again, gesturing with his head toward the trail. He's got her scent, Nejire translated, rising into the air with golden energy swirling around her. We'll follow it to the tunnel access point and keep you updated on our progress. Toshinori handed her a small communications device. This links directly to my phone and Detective Tsukachi's. Report in every 15 minutes, and be careful. Both of you. With a final acknowledging growl, Wildmutt bounded toward the exit, following Gwen's scent trail with single-minded focus. Nejire flew alongside him, occasionally using her wave quirk to clear debris or provide illumination in darker areas. The trail led them exactly where Ben had predicted, toward the old northern subway line. They found an access hatch behind an abandoned maintenance building, the lock recently broken. She definitely came this way, Nejire confirmed, examining the hatch. And recently too, the metal shavings from the broken lock haven't even rusted yet. Wildmutt growled in agreement, the scent growing stronger beyond the hatch. Without hesitation, he pulled the heavy metal cover aside, revealing a service ladder descending into darkness. Nejire created a small ball of wave energy, illuminating the tunnel below. "I'll go first and scout," she suggested. "Your transformation might be too bulky for the ladder." Before Ben could object, she disappeared down the opening, golden light illuminating her descent. After a moment, her voice echoed up. "All clear." About a 15-foot drop to a maintenance tunnel. It connects to the main subway line about 30 meters ahead. Wildmutt considered his options, then slapped the Omnitrix symbol on his shoulder. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a smaller, more agile alien. "Spider Monkey," he announced, "the Arachnichimp's form better suited for navigating the enclosed space." He scampered down the ladder with primate agility, joining Nejire in the narrow maintenance tunnel. His 4 arms and prehensile tail gave him excellent mobility in the confined space, while his enhanced senses could still track Gwen's scent. "Ooh, I haven't seen this form before," Nejire exclaimed, examining his blue-furred simian appearance with typical enthusiasm despite their serious mission. "For arms like you mentioned, but completely different from your red form. And is that webbing capability?" she added, noticing the specialized appendage at the end of his tail. "Yep," Ben confirmed, demonstrating by firing a small web at the ceiling. "Comes in handy for confined spaces. Now let's find Gwen before those villains do." They moved through the maintenance tunnel quickly, Ben leading the way as he followed the increasingly strong scent trail. When they reached the main subway tunnel, the evidence of Gwen's passage became more obvious, small scorch marks where her energy had apparently impacted the walls, likely during a defensive retreat. "She was still being pursued when she came down here," Ben observed grimly, examining the pattern of the marks. "Moving fast, but stopping periodically to fend them off." "The marks get less frequent further down the tunnel," Nejire noted, floating ahead to examine the trail. "Maybe she lost them. Or found somewhere to hide." They continued for nearly a kilometer, the abandoned subway tunnel eerily silent except for the occasional drip of water and the hum of Nejire's energy. The scent trail grew stronger, more recent, indicating they were catching up to Gwen's position. Suddenly, Ben froze, holding up a hand to signal Nejire to stop. His enhanced hearing had picked up something ahead, a faint sound of movement, the whisper of controlled breathing. "Someone's there," he whispered, pointing toward a darkened service alcove about 50 meters ahead. Trying very hard to be quiet. Nejire dimmed her energy, reducing their visibility but making them less obvious targets. "Friend or foe?" she whispered back. "Can't tell yet," Ben admitted, "but the scent trail leads directly to that alcove. It could be Gwen, or someone who caught her," Nejire finished grimly. "What's the plan?" Ben considered their options. If it was Gwen in that alcove, announcing himself would be the fastest way to resolve the situation. But if it was an ambush? "Cover me," he decided, slapping the Omnitrix symbol again. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a crystalline being with rainbow-colored reflective surfaces. "Chromastone," he announced, his voice echoing slightly in the tunnel. "Energy absorption form," Nejire murmured appreciatively. "Smart choice, defensive but non-threatening." Ben took a deliberate step forward, allowing his crystalline body to reflect light in a distinctive pattern. "Gwen," he called out, his voice controlled but carrying clearly down the tunnel. "It's me, Ben. If you're there, it's safe to come out. I'm not alone, but my friend is here to help." For a moment, silence was the only response. Then, a faint magenta glow emanated from the alcove, gradually intensifying until it illuminated a familiar silhouette. "Ben," came Gwen's voice, cautious but hopeful. "Is that really you? How did you?" She didn't finish her question. Instead, her magenta energy shield suddenly flared brighter as a barrage of projectiles, what appeared to be metallic darts, flew from a different alcove across the tunnel. "Ambush!" Nejire shouted, immediately unleashing waves of golden energy to intercept the darts. Ben reacted instantly, absorbing ambient energy and redirecting it as a shield between the attackers and Gwen's position. "Stay behind me," he called to his cousin. From the shadows emerged three figures in the now familiar uniforms of the Quirk Collective. The lead attacker, a woman with what appeared to be mechanical arms grafted to her torso, smiled coldly. "Right on schedule," she announced. "Two-dimensional anomalies for the price of one. The master will be pleased." "They used me to lure you here," Gwen called out, her voice strained with what sounded like pain or exhaustion. "They've been tracking me since the warehouse, letting me think I'd escaped." Ben's crystalline form glowed with absorbed energy, ready to unleash it at the attackers. "Big mistake," he growled. "Nobody uses my family as bait." The fight erupted with explosive intensity. The mechanical-armed woman launched another barrage of darts, some kind of quirk-suppressing technology, Ben realized as one glanced off his crystalline form and immediately disrupted his energy absorption temporarily. Nejire took to the air, her wave motion quirk giving her excellent mobility in the tunnel's confines. Golden spiral energy blasted from her hands, forcing the villains to scatter and abandon their coordinated attack. "Ben!" Gwen called, her magenta shield flickering as she stepped from the alcove. Ben could now see that she was injured, a makeshift bandage around her upper arm stained with blood, and her movement favoring one leg. "They've been hunting me for days. They said something about a master sensing my arrival." "All for one," Ben confirmed grimly, firing a beam of redirected energy at a villain attempting to flank Nejire. "The same thing happened to me when I arrived." The Omnitrix absorbed some kind of power from this dimension, a villain's ability to take other people's powers. Understanding dawned in Gwen's eyes despite the chaos of battle. "That's why they want us. They think we both carried pieces of this all for one through the dimensional rift." "Did you?" Nejire asked, dropping beside them momentarily before launching back into the air to repel another attack. "Absorb any strange powers when you arrived?" Gwen shook her head, wincing as she reinforced her energy shield. "No, but my mana abilities have been different here. More connected to the ambient energy of this world. Like I can tap into the same source that powers these quirks people have." The mechanical-armed woman launched herself directly at their position, multiple appendages firing what looked like energy-disrupting pulses. "The master wants you both. Surrender now, and we'll ensure your transition is painless." "Not happening," Ben stated flatly, slapping the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. Green light flashed as he transformed into a new alien, a massive, plant-like being with a fiery head. "Swampfire," he roared, immediately launching streams of flame at the attacking villains while simultaneously growing dense vegetable matter to create a barricade protecting Gwen. The combination of Ben's offensive attack and Nejire's aerial support drove the villains back, forcing them to regroup further down the tunnel. The mechanical-armed leader glared at them with calculating hatred. "This isn't over," she declared. "The collective serves all for one's vision, a world where quirks flow freely to those worthy of wielding them. You dimensional anomalies are part of that vision, whether you cooperate or not. We need to end this now," Nejire called down, her hair swirling with the intensity of her quirk usage. "More collective members could arrive any minute." Ben nodded, the flames on Swampfire's head intensifying. "Gwen, can you still teleport with your mana?" His cousin grimaced but nodded. "Short range only, and it'll drain what energy I have left." "Where are we going?" "Up," Ben pointed to the tunnel ceiling. "Nejire can guide us back to the surface from there." "On it." Nejire confirmed, blasting a section of the ceiling with concentrated wave energy, creating a breach to the maintenance tunnels above. The lead villain realized what they were planning and launched a desperate attack, her mechanical arms extending across the distance with frightening speed. "You won't escape the master's calling. He's already in your dreams, Transformer. He's already claiming what belongs to him." The word sent an icy chill through Ben despite Swampfire's natural heat. How could she know about the dreams? The dark presence watching from within the absorbed power? No time to dwell on that now. Gwen, now, he shouted, unleashing a massive wall of flames to block the villain's approach. Gwen's magenta energy enveloped the three of them, Ben, herself, and Nejire, in a sphere of translucent power. With a flash and the sensation of momentary displacement, they teleported through the breach Nejire had created, emerging in the upper maintenance tunnel. This way. Nejire urged, taking the lead as they navigated the narrow passage toward the access hatch they'd entered through. I'm calling for backup. Toshinori and the detective need to know the collective set a trap. They emerged into the fading evening light, Gwen collapsing to her knees as the last of her energy drained from the teleportation effort. Ben transformed back to human form, the Omnitrix timing out after multiple transformations. Gwen, he said, kneeling beside his cousin and supporting her weight. Are you okay? How badly are you hurt? I'll live, she managed a weak smile, though pain was evident in her eyes. Nothing that won't heal with time and proper medical attention. Which I'm guessing is somewhat different in this dimension. You have no idea, Ben confirmed with a small laugh of relief despite the situation. Just having Gwen here, sarcasm intact despite her injuries, made the strange world feel suddenly more manageable. But we have allies. Good ones. Nejire joined them, having secured the hatch behind them and contacted Toshinori. Transport is on the way, she reported. 2 minutes out. We should move away from the access point in case they pursue. As they helped Gwen toward the rendezvous point, Ben made quick introductions. Gwen, this is Nejire Hado, hero student and basically the reason I haven't completely lost it since arriving in this dimension. Nejire, my cousin Gwen Tennyson, sorceress, plumber agent, and generally the smartest person in any room. Plumber agent? Nejire repeated with characteristic curiosity despite the tense situation. Is that some kind of code name in your dimension? Gwen managed a pained laugh. Intergalactic peace officers. Long story. But it's nice to meet you, Nejire. Thank you for helping my disaster-prone cousin. Hey. Ben protested, though without heat. I'll have you know I've been a model dimensional visitor. Only fought a few villains, accidentally absorbed one quirk, and discovered I'm carrying the power of this world's worst villain. Totally standard Ben Tennyson stuff. Gwen's expression grew serious at this reminder. The villains kept talking about this all for one person, saying he could sense me across dimensions. Ben, what exactly is happening here? Before he could answer, a black SUV identical to the one they'd arrived and pulled up nearby, Toshinori emerging from the passenger side with Detective Tsukachi close behind. Explanations will have to wait, Ben said as they approached the vehicle. But you're safe now, Gwen. And together, we have a much better chance of figuring out how to get home. As they helped Gwen into the vehicle, Nejire caught Ben's arm, her expression uncharacteristically serious. What that villain said, about all for one being in your dreams. Is that true? Have you been experiencing something you haven't told us about? Ben hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Nothing concrete. Just, a presence. Watching. Waiting. I thought it was just stress or dimensional displacement effects. Nejire's hand tightened on his arm. Ben, that's really important information. If all for one is establishing some kind of psychic connection through the absorbed quirk. I know, he acknowledged grimly. It means this isn't just about getting home anymore. It's about making sure I don't become a vessel for a villain's resurrection. As they joined the others in the vehicle and sped away from Hosu City, Ben couldn't shake the mechanical-armed woman's words. The Master's calling. Already in your dreams. Already claiming what belongs to him. The power the Omnitrix had absorbed wasn't just a quirk, it was a connection to all for one himself, a tether between Ben and the imprisoned villain. And with each passing day, that connection seemed to be growing stronger. Ben glanced at Gwen, now receiving emergency medical attention from Toshinori while Nejire explained their underground encounter to Detective Tsukachi. His cousin's presence was a comfort and a source of hope, with her knowledge of dimensional energies and magical barriers, they stood a better chance of finding a way home. But first, they needed to address the more immediate threat, the consciousness attempting to influence Ben through the absorbed power. A villain's legacy seeking continuation through an unwilling host from another dimension. As if sensing his thoughts, Nejire moved to sit beside him, her shoulder gently pressed against his in silent support. The simple contact anchored him, a reminder that even in this strange world, facing an enemy who could reach into his dreams, he wasn't alone. Whatever All for One's ultimate plan might be, Ben was determined to ensure it failed. He was Ben Tennyson, wielder of the Omnitrix, hero of multiple dimensions. And he did not surrender his will to anyone, not Vilgax, not a Gregor, and certainly not some imprisoned villain trying to hijack his powers from afar. The battle lines were drawn. Now they just needed to figure out how to win a fight against an enemy who existed partly within Ben's own mind. Chapter 3, Heroes Converged. The Deep Keep facility hummed with activity. Holographic displays flickered with data streams, monitoring equipment beeped in steady rhythms, and the low murmur of urgent conversation filled the central laboratory. At the heart of this controlled chaos stood Ben, Gwen, Nejire, and the UA faculty who had become unexpected allies in their interdimensional predicament. The connection is definitely strengthening, Gwen confirmed, her hands glowing with magenta energy as she completed her analysis of Ben's Omnitrix. Though still recovering from her injuries, arm bandaged and leg braced, she worked with focused intensity. Whatever this all-for-one entity is, he's established a partial psychic link through the quirk the Omnitrix absorbed. Can you block it? Ben asked, unconsciously rubbing his wrist where the device sat. The past 3 days since rescuing Gwen had brought increasingly vivid dreams, dark whisperings and shadowed visions that left him waking in cold sweats. Gwen's expression tightened. Maybe temporarily, but this isn't like any magical influence I've encountered before. It's woven into the quirk's genetic structure somehow. Because it's not just a power, Toshinori explained gravely. All for One's quirk is an extension of his consciousness, his will made manifest through genetic material. The ability to take quirks isn't just a capability, it's an expression of his fundamental nature. Principal Nejire nodded from his position by the main console. Which explains why he can sense both of you despite being imprisoned in Tartarus. The dimensional anomaly that brought you here created a resonance he can detect, especially in Ben's case, where his quirk was directly absorbed. Ben leaned against a workbench, fatigue evident in the shadows beneath his eyes. The constant struggle to keep All for One's influence at bay was taking its toll. So what's the endgame here? Why is he trying to reach me specifically? Just because I have a piece of his power? I believe it's more calculated than that, Nejire suggested. The Omnitrix's unique properties, its ability to rewrite genetic code temporarily, represents something All for One has sought for generations, the perfect vessel. A chill swept through the room at these words. Perfect vessel. Nejire repeated, hovering closer to Ben in what he'd come to recognize as her protective instinct. You mean for his consciousness? Precisely, Toshinori confirmed. All for One lived for generations by transferring his consciousness to new bodies when necessary. But each transfer had limitations, compatibility issues, rejection responses. A device that can perfectly rewrite genetic code without rejection would solve those problems, Ben finished, the implications settling like lead in his stomach. He doesn't just want the Omnitrix as power, he wants to use it as a conduit to transfer himself into me. Gwen's hands clenched, magenta energy flaring briefly. Not happening. Not while I'm here. Indeed not, Nejire agreed firmly. Which is why we must act quickly on 2 fronts, severing All for One's connection to Ben, and finding a way to return you both to your dimension before the Quirk Collective makes another attempt to capture you. The mention of the villain organization brought another layer of tension to the room. Intelligence reports confirmed they were regrouping after the Hosu failure, calling in reinforcements from across Japan for what appeared to be a major operation. They're planning something big, Detective Tsukachi noted, reviewing police reports on a tablet. Unusual movement patterns, equipment purchases, communications chatter, all the hallmarks of a large-scale action. With us as the targets, Ben stated rather than asked. Most likely, the detective confirmed. Which is why UA has implemented maximum security protocols. The campus is essentially on lockdown, with only essential personnel permitted entry or exit. Nejire, who had been uncharacteristically quiet during much of the discussion, suddenly perked up. What about the sports festival? It's scheduled for tomorrow, hundreds of spectators, media coverage, students from all courses participating. Ben had almost forgotten about the festival amid the more pressing concerns of interdimensional travel and villain psychic connections. The thought of performing for crowds while fighting off All for One's mental influence seemed ludicrous now. The festival has been officially postponed, Nizu announced. A security system upgrade is the public explanation. In reality, we cannot risk such a high-profile event while the Quirk Collective poses an active threat. And while we're on lockdown, we can focus on the real problems, Toshinori added. Finding a way to break All for One's connection and getting you both home safely. Gwen stepped closer to the central holographic display, studying the data with critical eyes. The dimensional anomaly that brought us here wasn't random, she observed. These energy patterns match known tachyon signatures I've studied, consistent with targeted dimensional breaching rather than natural rifts. You think someone deliberately pulled you here? Nejire asked, floating higher to examine the display from Gwen's perspective. Or something, Gwen corrected. The rust bucket was passing through a restricted zone when the anomaly appeared, an area with known temporal instability. Something triggered a reaction. Ben frowned, memory stirring. We were tracking unusual energy readings. Grandpa Max thought it might be leftover chronosapien technology. Time manipulation tech from your dimension? Toshinori asked, leaning forward with interest. It would explain a lot, Gwen mused. Especially the selective transportation, only Ben and I were pulled through, not Grandpa or the rust bucket itself. Nejire's eyes lit with sudden insight. And if time manipulation technology was involved, it could explain how All for One knew to reach for your Omnitrix. From his perspective, he might have sensed the arrival before it happened. The theory sent a chill down Ben's spine. The idea that All for One had been waiting for him, had perhaps even facilitated his arrival somehow, added a new layer of menace to their situation. If that's true, Ben said slowly, then returning home might be more complicated than finding the right dimensional coordinates. We'd need to account for temporal displacement as well. And sever All for One's connection before attempting transit, Gwen added firmly. Otherwise, he might be able to follow us back to our dimension. The thought of unleashing All for One upon a world unprepared for quirks was unthinkable. Their Earth had its share of threats, Vilgax, the High Breed, a Gregor, but All for One's ability to steal powers would be devastating in a world where the plumbers maintained order through advanced technology. So we need two solutions, Ben summarized. One to break All for One's mental connection, and another to create a stable dimensional portal home. And we need them quickly, Toshinori added grimly. The longer you remain connected to All for One, the stronger his influence grows. As if on cue, a sharp pain lanced through Ben's head. He winced, one hand flying to his temple as dark whispers echoed at the edges of his consciousness. You cannot resist forever, wielder of the Omnitrix. Our connection strengthens with each passing hour. Soon, you will be mine. Ben. Nejire was at his side instantly, one hand on his shoulder, her face tight with concern. Is it him? Is All for One trying to reach you now? Ben nodded, forcing the voice back with considerable effort. He's getting stronger. More present. Gwen approached, her hands glowing with mana energy. Let me try something. She pressed her palms gently to either side of Ben's head, magenta energy flowing around him in intricate patterns. The effect was immediate, the dark whispers receded, pushed back by the familiar warmth of Gwen's magical energy. Better? She asked, maintaining the field around him. Ben exhaled in relief. Much. What did you do? Magical barrier, Gwen explained, stepping back once the energy pattern stabilized. It won't last forever, but it should give you temporary relief while we work on a permanent solution. Which we'll need soon, Nizu observed, noting the readings on a nearby monitor. The barrier is effective, but All for One's influence is already testing its boundaries. I estimate you have perhaps 24 hours before he breaks through. 24 hours. The deadline hung heavy in the air, a ticking clock against which they raced to solve problems that would challenge the brightest minds across 2 dimensions. We should divide our efforts, Toshinori suggested pragmatically. Mr. Tennyson, Miss Hato, work with our support department on adapting the Omnitrix to reject All for One's influence. Miss Tennyson, if you could assist our research team with the dimensional transit calculations. Everyone nodded in agreement, the shared purpose bringing a sense of focused determination to the room. As the group dispersed to their assigned tasks, Nejire hovered close to Ben. How are you really feeling? She asked quietly, her usual effervescence tempered by genuine concern. Ben managed a small smile, touched by her worry. Like I've got the world's worst backseat driver in my head. But I'm managing. He glanced toward where Gwen was already deep in discussion with Nizu about dimensional coordinates. Having Gwen here helps. She's pulled me out of worse situations. She's amazing, Nejire agreed, watching the redhead with admiration. The way she analyzed those energy patterns, her magical abilities, she reminds me of you, actually. That same confidence when facing impossible situations. Don't tell her that, Ben chuckled. Her ego's big enough already. Nejire's laugh lightened the mood momentarily, her hair swirling in that way that had become strangely familiar to Ben over the past weeks. Despite the dire circumstances, he found himself appreciating these small moments with her, the shared jokes, the casual touches, the way she seemed to understand his alien transformations intuitively. Come on, she said, taking his hand without hesitation. The support department is waiting for us. Power Loader thinks he might have a way to modify your Omnitrix's interface to filter external genetic influences. As they headed toward the facility's technical wing, Ben felt a curious mixture of hope and dread. Hope that they might soon have solutions to both their pressing problems, All for One's influence and the path home. But dread at what that would mean for the connections he'd formed here, particularly with the blue-haired hero student whose hand now rested comfortably in his own. The support department's temporary setup in Deep Keep resembled a mad scientist's dream laboratory. Workbenches overflowed with components both recognizable and utterly foreign to Ben. Holographic schematics floated in the air, displaying complex technical designs that shifted and updated in real time. At the center of this controlled chaos stood a muscular man with an excavator-like helmet covering his face, Power Loader, the UA support course teacher. Ah, there you are, he greeted them, gesturing toward a specialized scanning apparatus. We've been analyzing the data from your previous training sessions. Fascinating technology, this Omnitrix. Nothing like our support items. It's alien tech, Ben explained, extending his wrist as requested. Created by Azimuth, probably the smartest being in my universe. Well, no pressure then, Power Loader muttered, initiating the scanning sequence. We're just trying to modify extra-dimensional alien technology created by a super genius. Typical Tuesday at UA. Nejire laughed, floating up to examine the holographic representation of the Omnitrix that appeared above the scanner. That's what makes UA special. We tackle the impossible daily. Her enthusiasm brought a smile to Ben's face despite the gravity of their situation. Nejire's unflagging optimism had been a constant throughout his time in this dimension, a bright counterpoint to the darkness of All for One's influence. The interface is even more complex than we initially thought, Power Loader observed, manipulating the hologram to reveal the Omnitrix's internal structure. It's not just storing DNA samples, it's actively communicating with them, maintaining a dynamic relationship with the genetic material. Which is probably why it could integrate All for One's quirk so thoroughly, Ben surmised. It recognized the quirk as genetic information it could catalog and utilize. Exactly, the support teacher confirmed. And that's both the problem and our potential solution. If we can isolate the specific genetic markers that carry all for one's consciousness imprint, we might be able to purge them while retaining the quirk functionality. You mean I could keep the ability to acquire quirks without the mental connection to all for one? Ben asked, hope rising cautiously. Theoretically, Power Loader hedged. But it would require extremely precise recalibration of the Omnitrix's genetic filters. One mistake could damage the device permanently. The risk was substantial. Without the Omnitrix functioning properly, Ben would lose not only his alien transformations but potentially his best chance of returning home. Yet allowing all for one's influence to continue growing wasn't an option either. What do you need from me? He asked, decision made. Direct interface access, Power Loader replied, gesturing to a complex apparatus nearby. We need to connect diagnostic tools to the Omnitrix while you cycle through various transformation states. The transitions should reveal how all for one's quirk integrates with different alien DNA configurations. Nejire moved closer, examining the setup with uncharacteristic seriousness. Will it hurt him? The diagnostic process. Discomfort is possible, the teacher admitted. The Omnitrix is partially integrated with Mr. Tennyson's physiology. Probing its deeper functions may trigger sensory feedback. It's fine, Ben assured her, touched by her concern. I've had worse during Omnitrix malfunctions. He flexed his wrist, the device glowing softly in response. Let's do this. The testing process proved more uncomfortable than Ben had anticipated. Each diagnostic probe sent waves of sensation through his arm, sometimes merely tingling, other times sharp, electric pain that made him grit his teeth. Through it all, Nejire remained at his side, her hand occasionally finding his between tests, her steady presence more comforting than he cared to admit. Fascinating, Power Loader muttered repeatedly as data flowed across his screens. The quirk integration occurs at the cellular transition level, when the device is actively rewriting DNA during transformation. That's when all for one's consciousness imprint is most active. Which explains why the dreams are getting worse, Ben realized. Every time I transform, the connection strengthens. Then stop transforming, Nejire suggested immediately. Until we solve this. Ben shook his head reluctantly. I might not have that luxury. If the Quirk Collective attacks again, I'll need all my aliens to defend myself, and everyone else. There may be a compromise, Power Loader interjected, studying a particular data stream with interest. Certain transformation states seem to resist the influence more effectively than others. Your crystalline form, chromostone, was it, shows minimal integration with the quirk factor. That makes sense, Ben mused. Chromostone's crystallophian DNA is particularly resilient to external energy influences, it's designed to absorb and redirect rather than integrate. So if you need to transform, that form would be safest, Nejire concluded, brightening at this small victory. What about his ice form? The moth-like one he used in Hosu? Big chill, Ben supplied. Power Loader checked the data. Also promising. The necrophrygian DNA shows strong resistance, perhaps due to its phase-shifting properties. They continued analyzing transformation states for several hours, compiling a list of safe aliens that minimized all for one's influence versus high-risk forms that accelerated the connection. By the time they finished, Ben had a strategic framework for emergency transformations if needed. And now for the hard part, Power Loader announced, bringing up schematics for a modified interface device. We need to create a genetic filter that can be applied to the Omnitrix, something that will recognize and isolate all for one's consciousness imprint without damaging the device's core functionality. How long will that take? Ben asked, acutely aware of the ticking clock Nizu had estimated. Under normal circumstances, weeks, the support teacher admitted. But we don't have weeks. With your direct cooperation and continuous access to the Omnitrix, we might have a prototype ready in 12 hours. Half their estimated window before Gwen's magical barrier failed. It would be close. Then we'd better get started, Ben said, rolling up his sleeve with renewed determination. Nejire touched his arm gently. You need to rest first. You've been going non-stop since Hosu, and fighting all for one's influence is draining you. Even heroes need breaks. Ben wanted to argue, but exhaustion weighed heavily on him. The constant battle to keep the dark whispers at bay, combined with the physical strain of the diagnostic tests, had left him near his limits. 1 hour, he conceded reluctantly. Then we continue. 2 hours, Nejire countered firmly. And food. Actual food, not energy bars from the lab. Her tone left no room for negotiation. Power Loader chuckled behind his helmet. Listen to her, Tennyson. I need to recalibrate the equipment anyway. Come back in 2 hours, and we'll begin the filter construction. Outnumbered, Ben allowed Nejire to lead him from the laboratory toward the facility's residential section. The Deep Keep was essentially self-contained, with living quarters, recreational areas, and even a small garden space with artificial sunlight that simulated the outdoor environment. It was to this garden that Nejire brought him, the peaceful setting a stark contrast to the tense laboratory atmosphere. Artificial sunlight bathed the space in warm golden light, while carefully cultivated plants provided the illusion of being above ground. Sit, she instructed, pointing to a bench beneath a flowering cherry tree. I'll get food from the kitchen. Any preferences? Anything but chili fries, Ben replied with a small smile. Grandpa Max ruined those for me years ago with his special recipe. Nejire tilted her head curiously, a gesture Ben had come to find endearing. There's a story there I'll want to hear later. For now, rest. Dr. Nejire's orders. As she floated away toward the facility's kitchen, Ben leaned back on the bench, allowing himself to relax fractionally. The magical barrier Gwen had created still held, keeping all for one's whispers at bay for now. In this momentary peace, he found his thoughts drifting not to the dangers they faced, but to the blue-haired hero student who had become so integral to his time in this dimension. Nejire Hado was unlike anyone he'd met before, her boundless curiosity, her genuine enthusiasm for even the smallest discoveries, her unwavering optimism in the face of danger. In the weeks since his arrival, she'd evolved from assigned liaison to trusted ally to something more. Something Ben wasn't quite ready to name, especially with the looming prospect of returning to his own dimension. He was still lost in these thoughts when Nejire returned, carrying a tray laden with food, rice bowls, miso soup, grilled fish, and what appeared to be fresh bread. Lunch Rush's recipes, she explained, setting the tray between them on the bench. The kitchen is stocked with his pre-prepared meals, the best food you'll find in Japan, hero school or otherwise. The food was indeed excellent, flavorful and satisfying in a way the energy bars and coffee he'd been subsisting on for the past days were not. They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes before Nejire inevitably broke it, her curiosity apparently refreshed along with her energy. So, she began, setting aside her empty bowl, tell me about home. Your real home, I mean. What's it like? Do you miss it? The question was asked lightly, but Ben sensed deeper currents beneath it. He considered his answer carefully. It's both similar and completely different from here, he replied finally. We don't have quirks or hero schools or government hero licenses. Heroism is more improvised, I guess. The plumbers handle the big threats, alien invasions, dimensional incursions, that sort of thing. But most people don't even know they exist. And you became a hero at 10? Nejire prompted, clearly having memorized details from their previous conversations. When you found the Omnitrix? Ben nodded, unconsciously touching the device on his wrist. Found it, nearly got killed by various aliens trying to take it, saved the world a few times. You know, typical summer vacation stuff. Nejire laughed, the sound echoing pleasantly in the artificial garden. Only you would describe world saving as typical. Her expression grew more thoughtful. But that's what I admire about you, Ben. You treat the extraordinary as if it's just what you do, not for fame or recognition, but because it's right. The sincerity in her voice made something in Ben's chest tighten unexpectedly. I could say the same about you, he countered. The way you approached my whole dimensional traveler with alien transformation situation like it was just another interesting training challenge. Most people would have run screaming. Where's the fun in that? Nejire grinned, floating up slightly in her excitement. Meeting you has been the most amazing experience. Your transformations, your stories about other planets and dimensions, it's opened up whole new possibilities I never imagined. Her enthusiasm was infectious, as always. Ben found himself smiling despite the weight of their situation. And do you? Nejire asked after a moment, her voice growing softer. Miss home? The question penetrated deeper than he expected. Yes, Ben admitted. My family, my friends, my world. Even the responsibility of being Earth's defender. But... He trailed off, not quite sure how to express the complicated truth, that returning home, necessary as it was, would mean leaving behind connections formed here. One connection in particular. Nejire seemed to understand the unspoken part. She settled back onto the bench beside him, closer than before, her shoulder brushing his. When you go home, she said, the question of, if notably absent, will you remember us? This world, everything you've experienced here. How could I forget? Ben replied honestly. Especially you. The words slipped out before he could filter them, more vulnerable than he'd intended. Nejire's eyes widened slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Me, she echoed softly. You, Ben confirmed, finding courage in her reaction. Your questions, your energy, your help with everything from Quirk training to interdimensional villains. You made being stranded in a parallel dimension, bearable. More than bearable. Nejire's hair swirled more actively around her face, a physical manifestation of her emotion that Ben had learned to read during their time together. She was touched, perhaps even flustered, a rare state for the normally confident hero student. Ben Tennyson, she said finally, meeting his eyes directly, are you saying you might miss me when you go home? The teasing lilt in her voice barely masked the genuine question beneath. Ben decided honesty was the only appropriate response. More than I should, probably, he admitted. Which makes this whole, save the multiverse from an interdimensional villain threat thing even more complicated. Nejire's smile turned gentle. She reached out, her hand finding his on the bench between them. I think that's allowed. Complicated feelings are part of the hero experience, especially the interdimensional kind. The moment stretched between them, charged with unspoken possibilities. Ben found himself leaning slightly closer, drawn by something that transcended dimensional barriers and hero responsibilities. A sharp pain lanced through his head, breaking the moment. Ben winced, one hand flying to his temple as dark whispers surged against Gwen's magical barrier. She is a weakness, all for one's voice insinuated. Attachments make you vulnerable. Give in to me, and I will grant you power beyond anything this girl can imagine. Ben. Nejire's voice cut through the darkness, her hand tightening on his. Is it him again? Is the barrier weakening? With considerable effort, Ben pushed the voice back, reinforcing his mental defenses. He's getting stronger, he confirmed grimly. Trying to use emotions against me. Understanding dawned in Nejire's eyes. Without hesitation, she moved closer, her free hand gently touching his face, turning him toward her. Then we give you stronger emotions to fight with, she said with simple determination. Before Ben could process her meaning, she leaned forward and pressed her lips gently to his. The contact was brief but electric. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed but her eyes were clear and resolute. Did that help? She asked, somehow managing to sound both embarrassed and clinical at the same time. Ben blinked, momentarily stunned. The dark whispers had indeed receded, overwhelmed by the rush of more immediate, powerful feelings. Yeah, he managed, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Definitely therapeutic. Though I might need, regular treatment to maintain the effect. Nejire's laugh bubbled up, bright and genuine. Ben Tennyson, are you using interdimensional villain psychic attacks as an excuse for more kisses? Is it working? He countered, his smile turning playful despite the gravity of their overall situation. Her answer came not in words but in action, another kiss, longer this time, her hands framing his face with gentle determination. When they finally parted, Ben felt more centered, more present than he had in days. The dark presence lurking at the edges of his consciousness had retreated, at least temporarily. We should probably get back to the lab, Nejire said after a moment, though she made no move to increase the distance between them. Power loader will be waiting to start on the filter. Probably, Ben agreed, equally reluctant to break the moment. Though I think we just discovered a pretty effective temporary countermeasure against All for One's influence. Nejire's laugh lit up her entire face. I'm sure the research team would love to hear that report. Preliminary findings suggest that kissing is an effective suppression technique against villainous psychic infiltration. Very scientific, Ben agreed solemnly. We should probably gather more data points to confirm the hypothesis. Later, Nejire promised, finally standing and extending her hand to help him up. After we solve the whole, preventing an interdimensional villain from possessing your body problem. Priorities, Ben. Priorities, he echoed, taking her offered hand and rising. Though he kept his tone light to match hers, the underlying reality remained sobering. Their moments of connection, however meaningful, existed in the shadow of dual crises, All for One's growing influence and the need to find a way home. As they made their way back toward the laboratory, Ben felt both strengthened and complicated by what had just transpired between them. Nejire's presence was now both a source of power against All for One's darkness and a painful reminder of what returning home would cost him. The Omnitrix felt heavier on his wrist, its familiar weight now carrying new significance. It had brought him to this dimension, connected him with Nejire, and absorbed the power that now threatened him. Whatever solution they found would have to address all these aspects, technical, dimensional, and emotional. Ben. Nejire's voice pulled him from his thoughts as they reached the laboratory entrance. Whatever happens, with All for One or the dimensional transit. I'm glad you fell into our world. Even if it was just for a little while. The simple sincerity in her words steadied something in Ben that had been turbulent since his arrival. Me too, he replied, equally sincere. Now let's make sure it doesn't end with an interdimensional villain stealing my body, okay? Deal, Nejire agreed, her determined smile the last thing Ben saw before they re-entered the clinical environment of the laboratory, and the race against time that awaited them there. The next 12 hours passed in a blur of technical challenges, breakthrough moments, and increasing tension as Gwen's magical barrier gradually weakened against All for One's persistent assaults. Ben divided his time between Power Loader's laboratory, where progress on the genetic filter inched forward, and the dimensional research team, where Gwen and Nejire's efforts to calculate a stable return path had reached a critical juncture. The dimensional coordinates are solid, Gwen explained during one of their brief strategy sessions. We've isolated the exact resonance frequency that matches our home dimension. The challenge now is generating enough power to open a stable portal and maintaining it long enough for transit. What about the temporal displacement? Ben asked, remembering their earlier concerns about the chronosapien technology potentially involved in their arrival. That's where it gets complicated, Gwen admitted, manipulating a holographic display to show intersecting timelines. Our best calculations suggest we've been displaced not just dimensionally but temporally. We're approximately 3 months ahead of when we left. 3 months. Ben echoed, processing the implications. So Grandpa Max has been searching for us all that time? Likely, Gwen confirmed grimly. Which is another reason we need to get back as soon as possible. But there's more. She highlighted a particular node in the dimensional model. The portal needs to be opened at a specific location, the exact spot where we entered this dimension. The park where I woke up, Ben realized. But that's outside the UA campus, outside the security perimeter. Indeed, Nizu interjected, joining their conversation. Which presents a significant tactical challenge. The Quirk Collective is almost certainly monitoring that location, aware of its dimensional significance. So we'd be walking into an ambush, Ben concluded, frustration evident in his voice. Perfect. Not necessarily, came Toshinori's voice from the doorway. The former pro-hero entered, accompanied by Detective Tsukachi. We've been developing a counterplan based on this very contingency. Tsukachi activated a tactical display showing the park and surrounding area. We'll establish a hero perimeter around the portal site, a mix of pro-heroes and UA faculty positioned strategically to intercept any collective members who might interfere. Meanwhile, Toshinori continued, a strike team will escort you and Gwen to the exact transit point. The team will include myself, Miss Hado, Mirio, and Tamaki. The combination of our abilities provides maximum coverage for various attack scenarios. The plan was thorough, accounting for multiple contingencies and potential collective strategies. But one critical piece remained unresolved. All of this assumes we successfully complete the genetic filter, Ben pointed out. Without that, opening a dimensional portal could give all for one exactly what he wants, access to my dimension. Power Loader reports they're in final testing now, Nizu assured him. The prototype filter should be ready within the hour, just within our estimated window before the magical barrier fails completely. As if summoned by the mention, Nejire burst into the room, her hair streaming behind her as she flew directly to Ben. It's ready, she announced breathlessly. The filter prototype passed all simulations. Power Loader wants you in the lab immediately for implementation. Hope surged through Ben, the first real prospect of breaking all for one's mental connection since he discovered its existence. Let's go, he said, already moving toward the door. The implementation procedure was more complex than Ben had anticipated. The genetic filter, a sophisticated device that resembled a high-tech bracelet designed to interface with the Omnitrix, required precise calibration to his specific biorhythms and the Omnitrix's operational frequencies. The filter works by recognizing the consciousness imprint within the Quirk's genetic structure and selectively blocking it during transformation sequences, Power Loader explained as he made final adjustments. It won't remove all for one's Quirk from the Omnitrix entirely, but it will prevent his consciousness from piggybacking on the genetic transfer. So I'll keep the ability to acquire Quirks, but without the psychic hitchhiker, Ben summarized, holding still as the support teacher attached monitoring devices to both the Omnitrix and the filter bracelet. Precisely, Power Loader confirmed. Though I should emphasize this is experimental technology adapting to alien technology, there are no guarantees. There never are in hero work, Ben replied with a wry smile. Let's do it. The activation sequence began with a subtle hum as the filter powered up, establishing connection with the Omnitrix. Initially, nothing seemed to happen, no visible changes, no sensations beyond a slight warmth where the devices met his skin. Then, without warning, searing pain shot through Ben's arm, radiating from the Omnitrix outward. He gasped, nearly doubling over as the filter engaged fully, its technology battling against the consciousness imprint embedded in the absorbed Quirk. Ben. Nejire was at his side instantly, supporting him as the pain intensified. What's happening? Is it working? Resistance detected, Power Loader reported, monitoring the readings with growing concern. All for one's consciousness is actively fighting the filter, it's become aware of our attempt to isolate it. The pain escalated, accompanied by a dark, furious presence surging through Ben's mind, no longer whispers but full-voiced rage. You will not reject me. The Omnitrix is mine. Your power is mine. Ben gritted his teeth, fighting to maintain consciousness as the battle raged both in his mind and at the genetic level within the Omnitrix. Filter stability at 60% and dropping, Power Loader announced tensely. The consciousness imprint is adapting faster than our countermeasures. Through the haze of pain, Ben felt Nejire's hand gripping his, her voice cutting through the darkness. Fight him, Ben. You're stronger than he is, this is your body, your Omnitrix." Her words sparked something within him, a stubborn determination that had carried him through countless battles across multiple worlds. This was his power, his responsibility. No villain, however ancient or powerful, would take that from him. With immense effort, Ben focused on the Omnitrix itself, not as a tool or a weapon, but as an extension of his own will. The device had always responded to his intentions at the deepest level, beyond mere mechanical interaction. If All for One was fighting within its systems, then Ben would meet him there. "I need to transform," he managed through clenched teeth, an idea forming through the pain. "Chromastone, the form most resistant to his influence." "Are you sure?" Power Loader asked anxiously. "The transformation process is when his influence is strongest." "Trust me," Ben insisted, his hand already moving to the dial despite the pain. "I know what I'm doing." Before anyone could object further, Ben activated the Omnitrix, selecting Chromastone's crystalline form. The familiar green light enveloped him, but this time he remained conscious of the transformation process itself, the genetic rewriting happening at the cellular level, the moment when All for One's consciousness attempted to assert control. There. In that fraction of a second between human and alien form, Ben could sense the dark presence surging forward, reaching for dominance. But instead of resisting it directly, he channeled it, redirected it into Chromastone's natural energy absorption matrix. "Chromastone," he announced as the transformation completed, his crystalline body glowing with iridescent light. But something was different. Within his crystalline structure, dark energy swirled, contained and controlled rather than expelled. "Ben." Nejire approached cautiously, golden energy spiraling around her hands defensively. "Is that you or?" "It's me," Ben confirmed, his voice carrying the resonant quality of his Crystallopian form. "I've contained him, trapped his consciousness imprint within Chromastone's energy matrix. The filter is working with the transformation rather than against it." Power Loader's readings confirmed it. "Incredible. You've created a feedback loop. All for One's consciousness is caught in Chromastone's absorption field, unable to progress or retreat." "But it's temporary," Ben cautioned, feeling the dark energy straining against its crystalline prison. "I can hold him like this for minutes, maybe hours, but not indefinitely." "Long enough to complete the dimensional transit," Gwen stated confidently, having entered the laboratory during the procedure. "The portal generators are ready. If we move now, we can open the gateway while All for One is contained." The decision was immediate. "Alert the strike team," Ben instructed, maintaining his Chromastone form with careful concentration. "We're making our move now." Night had fallen over Muzutafu's city by the time the operation began. The park where Ben had first arrived in this dimension was eerily quiet, cordoned off by police under the pretense of structural testing. In reality, pro-heroes were positioned strategically throughout the area, some visible as a deterrent, others concealed as tactical surprises should the Quirk collective appear. The strike team moved with practiced efficiency, Toshinori leading despite his diminished state, Mirio and Tamaki flanking Gwen protectively while Nejire stayed close to Ben, her wave Quirk ready to counter any attacks that might disrupt his concentration in maintaining All for One's containment. "Portal sight 30 meters ahead," Toshinori reported, voice low as they navigated the darkened park. "No signs of collective activity yet, but stay alert. They've demonstrated extraordinary information-gathering capabilities." Ben moved with careful precision in his Chromastone form, each step measured to maintain the delicate balance of energies within his crystalline structure. All for One's consciousness remained trapped in the absorption field, but Ben could feel it testing boundaries, searching for weaknesses. "You cannot hold me forever," Tennyson, the dark presence taunted within the containment field. "Even now, my followers approach. Your escape will fail." Ben ignored the voice, focusing instead on their objective. The exact spot where he'd emerged from the dimensional rift was marked by subtle energy readings only Gwen's specialized equipment could detect, a lingering resonance between worlds. "This is it," she confirmed as they reached a nondescript clearing. "The dimensional membrane is thinnest here, the perfect position to reopen the gateway." Working quickly, She placed specialized devices in a precise pattern around the clearing, amplifiers designed to focus and enhance her natural mana abilities for the massive energy requirement of interdimensional transit. How long? Ben asked, feeling all for one's consciousness growing more agitated within its containment. 5 minutes to establish the initial resonance, Gwen replied, her hands already glowing with magenta energy as she began the process. Another 3 to stabilize it enough for transit. We may not have 8 minutes, Toshinori warned, his hollow eyes scanning the perimeter with professional concern. Movement detected at the north boundary. Multiple signatures approaching rapidly. The collective, Mirio confirmed, his normally cheerful expression replaced by focused determination. I count at least 12 distinct heat signatures, moving in coordinated patterns. They waited until we were committed to the portal activation, Tamaki observed quietly. Strategic. Nejire moved closer to Ben, golden energy spiraling around her hands. We'll hold them off while Gwen completes the portal. How's your containment holding? Stable for now, Ben replied, though he could feel the strain increasing. But a prolonged fight might disrupt it. All for One knows that, he's counting on it. Indeed, the dark consciousness within his crystalline matrix had grown more active, sensing the approaching conflict as an opportunity for escape. My followers will free me, All for One promised silently. And when they do, both dimensions will be mine to conquer. The first attack came without warning, a barrage of metallic projectiles hurtling toward their position from multiple directions simultaneously. Nejire reacted instantly, golden waves spiraling outward to deflect the incoming threats while Mirio phased through the ground to counter-ambush the attackers. Defensive formation. Toshinori ordered, moving with surprising speed for his emaciated form. Protect the portal site at all costs. The battle erupted across the darkened park. Quirk collective members emerged from concealed positions, their abilities coordinated for maximum effectiveness. Leading them was the familiar metallic woman from their previous encounter, her liquid metal body gleaming in the moonlight. The master calls, she announced, voice echoing metallically. Surrender the vessel willingly, and your transit home will be permitted. Resist, and neither dimension will be safe for you. Not happening, Ben replied firmly, raising his crystalline hands defensively. All for One stays contained, in this dimension and in me until we're gone. The metallic villain's expression hardened. Then we take you by force. She gestured sharply, and the collective members attacked en masse. The clearing became a chaos of quirk energies, fire, ice, gravitational distortions, and more esoteric abilities all deployed with lethal intent. The strike team responded with equal intensity, each member utilizing their abilities with professional precision. Mirio became a golden blur of permeation attacks, appearing and disappearing through solid matter to strike from impossible angles. Tamaki's manifest quirk transformed his limbs into powerful tentacles and claws, creating an almost impenetrable defense around Gwen as she continued the portal activation. Toshinori, despite his weakened state, moved with the experience and tactical genius that had made him the #1 hero. And Nejire, Ben had never seen her fight with such focused intensity. Her wave motion quirk, typically used in brilliant spirals and loops, now manifested as precisely targeted energy blasts that disrupted enemy quirks with surgical accuracy. She stayed near Ben, creating a defensive perimeter that allowed him to maintain his concentration on containing All for One. Portal resonance at 60%. Gwen called over the chaos, her hands weaving complex patterns as magenta energy flowed between the amplifiers. 3 minutes to stability. 3 minutes that felt like an eternity as the battle intensified. The collective had clearly prepared specifically for this confrontation, their quirks selected to counter the UA team's known abilities. One villain in particular targeted Ben directly, his quirk allowing him to emit crystalline shards that resonated at frequencies disruptive to chromostone's molecular structure. They're trying to force you to change forms. Nejire realized, intercepting a barrage of the resonant crystals with her wave energy. They know chromostone is containing All for One. I can't maintain this indefinitely anyway, Ben admitted, feeling the strain increasing as he fought both external attacks and the internal battle against All for One's consciousness. The containment field is degrading. When it fails, I'll need to implement Plan B. You didn't mention a Plan B, Nejire replied, concern evident despite her focus on defense. Ben would have smiled if Chromastone's crystalline face allowed it. That's because I just came up with it. Before she could question him further, a concentrated attack broke through their perimeter. The metallic villain herself, having transformed her arms into blade-like appendages, lunged directly at Ben with impossible speed. The master will be freed, she declared triumphantly as her blade struck Chromastone's body, not to injure, but to destabilize. The impact resonated through Ben's crystalline form, creating harmonic disruptions that shattered his carefully maintained energy matrix. All for One's consciousness surged forward, sensing freedom. Yes. The dark presence exulted. Now I claim what is mine. But Ben was prepared. As Chromastone's form destabilized, he slapped the Omnitrix symbol on his chest. Green light flashed, momentarily blinding those nearest to him. When it faded, Ben had transformed not into another of his standard aliens, but into something new, something this dimension had never seen before. Alien X, he announced, his voice resonating with cosmic power. The transformation revealed a humanoid figure of living darkness, his body a window into the night sky itself, stars and galaxies swirling within his form, 3 horns cresting his head, and piercing green eyes that seemed to see beyond conventional reality. The collective members faltered, momentarily stunned by the transformation's sheer alienness. Even Nejire paused in her defense, eyes wide with wonder. What is that? She whispered, awed by the cosmic energy emanating from Ben's new form. Celestialsapian, Gwen explained briefly, never pausing in her portal activation sequence. Ben's most powerful transformation, and the most dangerous. Let's hope he knows what he's doing. Within Alien X's consciousness, a unique battle unfolded. Unlike his other transformations, Celestialsapian form came with its own consciousness, or rather, consciousnesses. Serena and Bellicus, the personalities of love and rage, existed within Alien X's mind, controlling the near-omnipotent power of the transformation through cosmic debate and consensus. But now they were not alone. All for One's consciousness had transferred with the transformation, finding itself in a realm of cosmic awareness rather than the physical world. What is this place? The villain's presence demanded, momentarily disoriented by the shift from physical to cosmic awareness. What have you done, Tennyson? Welcome to Alien X's consciousness, Ben replied, his awareness manifesting as a separate entity within the cosmic void. Where nothing happens without debate and consensus. Serena, Bellicus, we have an uninvited guest. The 2 cosmic personalities materialized, regarding All for One's consciousness with ancient, knowing eyes. An interloper, Bellicus observed with characteristic irritation. A human consciousness attempting to usurp control. How presumptuous. And yet fascinating, Serena countered, her essence radiating curiosity. A being who has survived generations by transferring consciousness between vessels. There is determination there, and purpose, however misguided. All for One's presence expanded, attempting to assert dominance in this new realm. I am All for One, master of quirks, conqueror of wills. Your cosmic debate is meaningless before my purpose. This vessel will be mine. Bellicus actually laughed, a sound like distant supernovae detonating. You claim mastery? Here. In the consciousness of a Celestialsapian? Your arrogance exceeds even human norms. Perhaps we should vote on his fate, Serena suggested reasonably. As we do all matters. I second the motion, Ben agreed quickly, understanding the trap he had created. All in favor of containing All for One's consciousness and preventing its transfer to either dimension? Agreed, Serena voted immediately. Bellicus considered longer, his cosmic essence swirling in contemplation. The creature is an affront to cosmic order, attempting to extend beyond its natural lifespan through theft and domination. I vote to contain it. That's unanimous, Ben announced, focusing his will through the cosmic power of Alien X. All for one, you're hereby contained within Alien X's consciousness, unable to influence the physical world or transfer to any other vessel. All for one's presence roiled with fury and disbelief. This cannot be. I am all for one. I cannot be imprisoned by mere cosmic debate. And yet, you are, Bellicus stated with finality. The vote is cast, the decision made. You exist now only as an observer, powerless to affect outcomes. Outside in the physical world, only seconds had passed since Ben's transformation into Alien X. The battle continued around his motionless form, Nejire desperately defending him while he stood unnaturally still, a common state for Alien X while internal debate occurred. Ben! Nejire called anxiously, repelling another villain with a concentrated wave blast. Whatever you're doing in there, hurry. Within the cosmic consciousness, Ben addressed his two co-personalities. I need temporary control of Alien X's physical form, just long enough to complete our dimensional transit. Another motion? Bellicus grumbled. You're becoming quite the cosmic parliamentarian, Tennyson. This is important, Ben insisted. 2 dimensions are at stake. I vote yes, Serena decided readily. The containment of the interloper is meaningless if the larger threat to dimensional stability remains. Bellicus sighed, a sound like stellar winds. Very well. Temporary control granted, but only until the dimensional boundary is crossed. Then we resume normal voting procedures. Agreed, Ben confirmed, his awareness expanding to include Alien X's physical form once more. In the clearing, Alien X suddenly animated, cosmic power radiating from his starfield body. Containment successful, Ben announced, his voice echoing with otherworldly resonance. All for one's consciousness is trapped within Alien X, it can no longer influence this dimension or transfer to ours. Portal stability at 90%. Gwen called, the magenta energy between her amplifiers now forming a visible gateway, a swirling vortex of dimensional energy. 1 minute to transit capability. The Quirk Collective, realizing their master's plan was failing, launched a desperate all-out assault. Villains converged from all directions, quirks blazing with destructive intent. Ben, we need cover. Toshinori called, fending off 2 attackers simultaneously despite his weakened state. Something to hold them back until the portal stabilizes. Alien X raised a hand, cosmic energy swirling around his fingertips. With a simple gesture, reality itself seemed to bend, time slowing to a crawl around the collective members while remaining normal for the strike team. Time dilation field, Ben explained, his celestialsapian voice resonating with power. They're experiencing time at 100th normal speed. It will give us the minute we need. Nejire stared at him with undisguised awe. That's reality manipulation. You can alter the fundamental laws of physics. Alien X can, Ben confirmed. But the power comes with limitations, cosmic debate for every action. I have temporary autonomous control by agreement. The implications clearly staggered her. This was power beyond anything quirks could achieve, beyond even all for one's wildest ambitions. And yet Ben wielded it with restraint, using it defensively rather than offensively, protecting rather than dominating. Portal stable. Gwen announced triumphantly, the dimensional gateway now fully formed, a swirling vortex of energy that resonated with the familiar signature of their home dimension. We can transit now. The moment of departure had arrived, more suddenly than Ben had prepared for emotionally. He turned to Nejire, Alien X's cosmic form making the gesture seem both profound and surreal. I have to go, he said simply, the cosmic resonance of his voice unable to mask the genuine emotion beneath. All for one remains contained only while I maintain this form, and I can only do that during the transit itself. Nejire nodded, understanding the necessity despite the pain evident in her eyes. I know. She approached without fear, standing before his cosmic form with characteristic directness. Will you remember us? Remember me? Across dimensions and time itself, Ben promised, Alien X's hand reaching out to gently touch her face, cosmic energy meeting human form in a contact that defied physical laws. Some connections transcend universal boundaries. Their goodbye was interrupted by urgent necessity, Gwen calling from the portal's edge. Ben, we have to go now. The gateway is at maximum stability. Nejire stepped back, her eyes bright with unshed tears and her smile brave despite them. Go be a hero in your dimension, Ben Tennyson. That's what you do best. Toshinori, Mirio, and Tamaki gathered around her, a silent show of support as Ben and Gwen prepared to depart. The pro-heroes who had defended the perimeter maintained their positions, ensuring safe transit against any last-minute collective interference. Ready? Gwen asked, standing at the portal's edge, her hand extended toward her cousin. Ben took one last look at this dimension that had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. At Nejire, whose boundless curiosity and unconditional acceptance had become more important to him than he'd realized until this moment of parting. Ready, he confirmed, taking Gwen's hand as Alien X's cosmic form. Together, they stepped into the swirling dimensional gateway, carrying with them experiences, memories, and one imprisoned villain consciousness that would never again threaten either world. The last thing Ben saw as the dimensions began to shift around them was Nejire, her hair swirling in the portal's energy backlash, one hand raised in farewell. Her lips formed words he couldn't hear over the dimensional transition, but somehow understood nonetheless. Until our dimensions cross again. The rust bucket looked exactly as Ben remembered it, slightly battered, distinctively modified, and currently parked in the same restricted zone where they'd originally detected the anomalous readings 3 months earlier. Grandpa Max stood beside it, monitoring equipment in hand, his weathered face lined with the strain of prolonged searching. The dimensional portal opened without warning, a swirling vortex of green and magenta energy that caused the plumber's monitoring devices to shrill in alarm. Max dropped the equipment immediately, reaching for a weapon until 2 familiar figures emerged from the portal center. Ben. Gwen, he called, disbelief and hope warring in his voice. They stepped fully into their home dimension, Gwen looking exhausted but triumphant, Ben still in his Alien X form, cosmic energy swirling around him. Grandpa. Gwen called, running forward to embrace the older man. It worked. We made it back. Max hugged her tightly, his eyes never leaving Ben's cosmic form. What happened? Where have you been? It's been 3 months since you both disappeared. It's a long story, Gwen explained, stepping back to gesture toward Ben. Involving parallel dimensions, superheroes with genetic powers called Quirks, and a villain whose consciousness Ben is currently containing in his celestialsapian form. Max's expression suggested this explanation, while typically outlandish for their adventures, exceeded even his threshold for unusual situations. I think you'd better start from the beginning. First, Ben interjected, his cosmic voice resonating strangely in their home dimension, we need to secure All for One permanently. I can't maintain Alien X indefinitely, and we can't risk his consciousness escaping in our dimension. The null void projector, Max suggested immediately, always practical in crisis situations. If this consciousness is as dangerous as you suggest, interdimensional containment would be the safest option. Perfect, Ben agreed. Gwen, can you create a mana construct to hold his consciousness during the transfer? Working together, Ben using Alien X's cosmic abilities, Gwen her mana manipulation, and Max the plumber's null void technology, they successfully extracted All for One's consciousness from the celestialsapian form and transferred it to the interdimensional prison dimension where it would remain permanently isolated from either world. Only then did Ben revert to human form, the Omnitrix timing out with a familiar beep. The device looked unchanged externally, but Ben could feel the difference. The quirk factor was still present, but the dark presence that had accompanied it was gone. So, Max said once they had settled inside the rust bucket, hot drinks in hand and monitoring equipment ensuring no further dimensional anomalies appeared, heroes with genetic superpowers, a villain who could steal abilities, and a blue-haired flying girl who caught my grandson's attention. Sounds like quite an adventure. Ben felt heat rise to his cheeks at the knowing look his grandfather gave him. How did you mentioned her 12 times while explaining dimensional transit procedures, Max pointed out with a small smile. And your expression changes every time. Gwen snickered into her tea. He's got you there, doofus. You're not exactly subtle about your interdimensional crush. It wasn't just a crush, Ben protested before he could stop himself, then immediately regretted the admission as both Gwen and Max raised eyebrows simultaneously. Must have been some dimension, Max commented mildly, though his eyes held genuine understanding. Hard leaving it behind, I imagine. Ben nodded, looking down at the Omnitrix. The Quirk factor is still integrated with the device, the ability to acquire and utilize quirks remains, even though all for one's consciousness is gone. It's like, a piece of that dimension stays with me. A souvenir, Gwen suggested, her tone gentler now. Like my enhanced mana sensitivity that developed there. We both brought something back, something that changed us. The multiverse works in mysterious ways, Max observed philosophically. Sometimes the paths we take change us in ways we never anticipated, and sometimes those changes are exactly what we needed for whatever comes next. As they continued sharing details of their dimensional adventure, Ben found himself wondering about the heroes they'd left behind. Was Nejire continuing her training at UA? Had Mirio achieved his goal of becoming the #1 hero? Was Toshinori still teaching, passing on his wisdom to the next generation? And more personally, did Nejire sometimes think of the interdimensional visitor who had briefly entered her world, fought alongside her, and then returned to his own dimension carrying a piece of her world with him? The Omnitrix glowed softly on Ben's wrist, its familiar weight now carrying new significance. Within it resided the potential to use quirks, abilities unique to a dimension not his own. A responsibility and a reminder all in one. So, Max asked eventually, setting down his coffee mug, what's next for you two? After an interdimensional adventure, regular plumber duties might seem a bit tame. Ben and Gwen exchanged glances, a silent communication born of years fighting side by side. I think, Ben answered finally, we keep doing what we've always done, protecting our world from whatever threats come our way, alien or otherwise. He looked down at the Omnitrix, considering its expanded capabilities. Just with a few new tricks up our sleeves. And who knows, Gwen added with a knowing smile directed at her cousin, maybe someday we'll figure out how to visit certain dimensions again, properly this time, without villain consciousness hitchhikers or chronosapien technology complications. The possibility, however remote, brought a smile to Ben's face. The multiverse was vast and full of mysteries, some of which they'd only begun to explore. And if their adventures had taught them anything, it was that impossible things happened with surprising regularity in the lives of the Tennyson family. For now, they were home, safe, and stronger for their experiences in another world. Whatever came next, be it alien invasions, dimensional incursions, or simply the day-to-day challenges of being teenage heroes, they would face it together, with new powers and perspectives gained from their time among heroes of another kind. And somewhere across the dimensional barrier, a blue-haired hero student with boundless curiosity and a wave-motion quirk continued her journey toward becoming a pro-hero, perhaps occasionally glancing at the sky and wondering if, somewhere in the vast multiverse, a certain wielder of the Omnitrix was doing the same. In the UA dormitory, Nejire Hato sat at her desk, working on what appeared to be an unusual research project. Scattered papers filled with notes on dimensional theory, quirk genetics, and interdimensional transit possibilities covered the surface. A small device, something she'd convinced the support department to help her build, sat half-assembled beside a stack of reference materials. Mirio poked his head through her door, literally, using his permeation quirk. Still at it? He asked, his ever-present smile somehow both teasing and supportive. It's been 3 months, Nejire. Scientific breakthroughs take time, she replied without looking up, adjusting a component in the device with careful precision. Besides, Principal Nizu approved this as my final thesis project, Theoretical Applications of Interdimensional Transit in Hero Operations. Aha, Mirio phased fully into the room, glancing at the personal photos she'd pinned to her bulletin board, one showing her standing beside Ben in his human form, both smiling at the camera after a training session. Purely academic interest, I'm sure. Nejire finally looked up, her hair swirling gently with the emotion she didn't quite hide. The multiverse is infinite, Mirio. That means infinite possibilities. Including the possibility of certain interdimensional heroes finding their way back, he suggested gently. Or of us finding a way to them, she countered, her fingers brushing the device thoughtfully. Responsible, controlled interdimensional transit could revolutionize hero work. Imagine sharing knowledge and techniques across dimensions, learning from heroes with entirely different systems and abilities. Mirio laughed, the sound warm and encouraging rather than dismissive. Only you would turn an interdimensional romance into a legitimate hero studies research project. Nejire's cheeks colored slightly, but she didn't deny the observation. The best hero innovations come from personal motivation. All Might became the symbol of peace because he wanted everyone to smile without fear. My research comes from wanting to understand connections that transcend dimensional boundaries. Well, Mirio said, heading back toward the door, if anyone can figure out interdimensional transit, it's UA's most curious student. Just don't accidentally pull any more villain consciousnesses through, okay? One interdimensional crisis per academic year, I promise, Nejire replied with a laugh. After Mirio departed, she returned to her work, adjusting the device with renewed determination. On her desk, beside the technical diagrams and theoretical calculations, lay a single crystalline fragment, a piece of Ben's chromostone form that had broken off during their final battle and remained behind when he departed. The fragment occasionally caught the light, refracting it in patterns that seemed to contain galaxies within, a small piece of another dimension, a tangible reminder that some connections transcended universal boundaries. And somewhere across those boundaries, she knew, Ben Tennyson continued his own hero journey, perhaps occasionally thinking of the blue-haired hero student whose curiosity had helped him navigate a strange new world, and whose heart had given him strength when he needed it most. The multiverse, after all, was infinite in its possibilities. And heroes, regardless of dimension, had a way of finding each other when the universe, or multiverse, needed them most. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.